And good morning, everybody. Good afternoon, good evening, good night, whatever it may be. How's everybody doing? We got a new chatter. Flo Lilac, welcome on in. How you doing today? And as always, Killer's here right at the start. So we're going to do our usual, and we're going to shout out our friends and family that are hanging out, that are also streamers. If you guys haven't seen Killer's streams, go check it out. Today, we are starting a new adventure in Oxygen Not Included. We're gonna take the spaced out map. I've disabled the mini map DLC because we are. That's the long and the short of it. This playthrough is going to be different than what we've been doing lately. There have been a lot of challenges. You know, we did the max difficulty Frozen Forest, no teleporters, home sweet home in under a month. That was intense, but we got it done. There was also the 100 cycle handoff challenge we did that Zed came up with. And we were trying to do a mini base challenge. I don't know if it's a challenge, but it was definitely a challenge to make it interesting. So we're gonna hang that one up, and maybe I'll come back to it in a YouTube series or something. Speaking of which, if you guys want to check out the YouTube, all that stuff is down in the description, along with the Discord, donations, all that stuff. Monetary support is always appreciated, but never required here on the channel. But all that cheesy streamer BS out of the way, let's start talking turkey about what we're going to do here. I want to set up kind of a new home. Kind of like a... Let's get something going that we can, like, hang out on for a while. You know what I mean? Now... I don't want to do the same thing as always, and I don't want to put us in a difficult situation. I'm not trying to make this run super challenging. I don't think I want to go on a Tyrannia cluster. It's a little too easy, a little too big, too. I kind of want, like, a small, cozy asteroid. Something we can have a team of, like, between 8 to 16 dupes. And the only reason 16 is in there... I'd like to have a space team. We're going to have at least 6 people in rockets at a certain point, so I'd like to see, you know, I'd like to have our home team be like a small, dedicated, badass team of like maybe 8 to 10 dupes, and then have enough dupes that we can also do a prolific rocket experience. So what do we want to do? I'm tempted to get into the Folia asteroid. Nearby is the irradiated swampy asteroid and the rusty oil asteroid. I think this is, I think we get to the rusty oil asteroid as our second asteroid. Kitty! My kitty wants more attention. He brought his favorite mousey in today, like 5-10 minutes before stream, and he's like, "Wanna play fetch?" And of course I had to go throw it a few times for him. He's really good at chasing it. He's not as good at bringing it back. He brings it halfway to 3/4 of the way back, then I gotta step a few steps forward and grab it. I'm not a big fan of swamp starts in general. I kinda don't like that there are 2 swamps here, because I feel like you get the basic one, which you can't really roll too much on as far as like traits and stuff. Oh, speaking of that, where are the story traits? Story traits. I don't want the Somnian Synthesizer. I don't care about the Critter Fluxomatic. I don't want the Mysterious Hermit. The Ancient Specimen, how does that work? You give it Diamond, and it gives you Fossil? What is a Blowbot builder? Reboot. Reboot, an ambitious collaborative project spearheaded by Gravitas Bioengineering and Robotics departments. If correctly rebuilt, it could save duplicate lives. I haven't messed with this yet, so it's tempting to leave it on, but I'm also tempted to straight up just drop all of the story traits, because they get in the way. They can't be, like, you can't move the Somnian Synthesizer. You can destroy it. Same thing with the Fluxomatic. Hermit Hut I don't want because I'm not interested in a completely random dupe. I want a little bit of control over who joins the team. And I've done the Mysterious Hermit and gotten lucky. I think I've gotten, yeah, I think I've done it 2 or 3 times. I've gotten lucky each time. But let's not push RNGesus to the limits. Ancient specimen or no ancient specimen? I'm trying to think here. Like, I intend to have a prolific animal set situation. I intend to fly to different planets. I don't think we need the ancient specimen. I think if we're hurting that hard for fossil, we picked the wrong map. So we're gonna get rid of that. Biobot builder. Even though I haven't seen this before, I'm turning it off. We're gonna do a no story traits run. I think that's the way I want to play this. Now, as far as what asteroid, I was trying to like come up with something where I'm like, which asteroid do I want to start on? Ideally, my difficulty range is more in the swampy area, difficulty-wise. Not a fan of swamp starts. It's just, I know I don't physically get dirty, but I feel dirty the whole time we're in a swamp start. I had fun on the Desalands start last when we did the challenge. I'm tempted to do a flipped asteroid. Now, the thing about the flipped asteroid, though, I don't think we have access to all the juicy goodies that we would get access to on, say, a Desalands or a swampy asteroid, or a regular Folia asteroid. The Folia asteroid is also tempting because of pips, but we can get pips eventually any which way. Plus, I think if we go on a Desalands asteroid, the irradiated asteroid, radioactive ocean asteroid, with a metal ore, metal rich, metallic swampy, frozen forest, flipped. So I think if we go Desalands, the radioactive is our second planet, and I think if we go flipped, the Desalands is our second planet. If we go radioactive, if we go radioactive, I know flipped is our second asteroid. That's kind of a crapshoot depending on what kind of geysers you get, because there's not a lot of ways to get steel. I think was the hard part about doing that. I don't want to cripple us like that. So I think I'm down between Folia and Desalands. You know what? What's the secondary planet on Folia? You know what? I'm gonna do Desalands. Now, World Seed. Do we go fully random, or do we look for something good? Is this a frozen core? Frozen friend. Ugh, I don't want frozen friends. Geodes and metal rich are not bad, though. I wish this was kind of like dupes, where you could, like, roll a world and put one in, like, hey, we're probably going to use this one, and then keep rolling a world. Volcanic activity, metal caves, frozen core. Damn, a frozen forest with a frozen core. That sounds intense. Metal-rich metallic caves, geodes, and mixed boulders, magma channels. I don't want to make it too easy, but I also don't want to make it too hard. I'm a big fan of volcanic activity in general. Lush forest core. Yeah? I mean, the volcanic activity might hose us early on, but as long as there's no cracks in the abyssalite and the volcanoes are reasonably contained, if there are volcanoes. Ooh, I feel like I gotta sneeze. Good morning anyway, by the way, guys. I got my cup of coffee in hand. If Flower were here, they would be like, Nether, you always do volcanic activity. One sec. Alright, that's better. I wanted to save you guys the ear-popping experience of listening to me blow my nose. I'm a loud nose blower. Yes, no, maybe so. I kind of want to roll more. Magma channels aren't going to last us very long, and they're going to make it difficult to do things. Alternate pod location. Probably should have just kept the one with volcanic activity straight up. I kind of wish there were more modifiers. I'm hoping that with the new... Deposits of uranium ore are found in this world's crust. Hey, buddy. What are we screaming about today? Oh, right. Hang on a second. I got to give him his can of food. You are very right, sir. Papa forgot. Yeah, he is adorable. He will pop up, Lilac, and jump on my chest and make his appearance, but he is very vocal about his wants and needs in life. Radioactive crust, volcanic activity... Yes? Yes. Let's call that good. He is a boss. He, when he wants attention during stream, he'll climb over my camera setup here, over my speaker, which is not in a good position, and then walk right up on top of my chest and stand with his two paws right here on my chest and look me in the eyes like, hey, it's my attention time. So, that's, you know, that's his style. Now, we're gonna take a slow and steady approach. I consider doing an all farting run, but no, I'm trying not to make this obscenely difficult on myself. Let's go! 40 stream streak. Thank you for always being here, Killer. I really appreciate it. So let's favor passions to stats or traits. Interests. Let's favor interests, right? Because we're gonna have a small team, and I found that having a small team with useful dupes, see, like researching, farming, and operating, this is almost ideal. If this farming was piloting, I'd be so freaking stoked. Means attribute bonus, well, meteor showers. Let's do a little bit of rolling. Researching, suit wearing, and doctoring. Steve, my man. Do we want you? Handy, unempathetic, decrease. Oh yeah, I don't take doctoring unempathetic. Like anytime they have conflicting traits and interests, I'm like, nope, no. I forget the word for it already. Tidying, no. Not oxymorons. Contradictions? Sure, we'll go with contradictions. Ideally, we're looking for researching, piloting, and suit wearing, I think. Or researching, piloting, and machinery. Doesn't mean we're going to get it. We'll take something that's good enough. Researching, operating, plant murderer. No, not quite. Bottomless stomach is a hard no. Tidying, ranching, no. Can't do cooking. A lot of times my researcher ends up being my cook because the other people are doing a lot. Researching, no. I'm going to be picky. I'm going to be picky about every dupe. The last time I did more of a casual, let's just enjoy playing thing, we wound up like 50, 60 dupes, and I took on everybody. It's like, oh, this dupe isn't bad. They're on the team. Like, you have no horrible traits? Come on over here. We got room for you. We're not going to go that route this time. We're going to be a little bit more discerning with our choices. And this is going to take the longest time as far as what we're doing today. Researching, operating, and ranching. You're never going to ranch. We don't have to get 3 traits. Everybody's got to dig. Everybody's got to build. Ooh. Science, athletics, and piloting. Now the kitchen menace. I'm not overly like I like having a researcher that can also like double as a cook, because that way you can always have your builder and your digger building and digging. Which we're not going to go the classic builder digger route this time either. On these, I find on spaced out sized asteroids, having someone who is like a god tier digger is just not an efficient use of a slot on the team. Like, you dig out the smaller asteroids really quickly. We'll probably have most of it dug out in the first couple of play sessions. So I'm not going to lean heavy into digging, but I like Gosman. I'm not a huge fan of interior decorator because they get decreased decor morale bonus, but we're not going to be getting most of our decor. Maybe we grab researcher again over here and see if we can roll somebody better. And then if we can, we'll keep them. But we're not going to do this forever. I mean, researching suit wearing and rocketry is just perfect. That's our person that's going to research and go into space. They only have a +1 to science, but all they're going to do is science. They'll get attribute ups and skill ups way quicker than anybody because they're going to be doing science non-stop. Thinking that's probably who we're going to go with. I do not take building impaired. In a colony, when you get a colony to the point where you've kind of conquered your asteroid or planetoid, whatever it is, everybody needs to build. It's like everybody is building and operating. Those are the two jobs that'll never go out of style. That and ranching or farming. Like those are your three. Your machinery, building, and then food, whether it's ranching or farming. And a lot of times you can have someone who ranches and farms, since farming is a requirement for ranching. Which is probably what we're going to look for in our third colonist, is someone who can start out as a farmer rancher. This one is almost good, but flatulent. They're not going to be doing well on a spaceship, so yeah, screw it. Gosman's going to be our researcher, and if anybody wants to name any of the dupes, we have a point redemption. So if you redeem the name of colonist point redemption, you can pick a name for one of them. It's 5,000 points, I think. It's been a long time since I've done it myself. Okay. Building, digging, doctoring, no slow learner, no Luddite, no plant murderer. I'm just going to go construction, husbandry. No. You're a little bit all over the place there. We need someone a little bit more grounded and dialed in. Construction, athletics, and piloting. They wouldn't make a bad colonist as far as... I feel like Ren would make a good get in the rocket, fly it to another planet, colonize that planet, because they're going to be moving quick, they're going to have construction abilities, their piloting is basically going to be free, so getting them on the rocket means they don't cost too much. Animal lover means they can jump into some husbandry if they need to on that alternate planet, and they can't do cooking, which is not the best. I don't think I want to think along those lines. Gosman will probably wind up piloting something and going somewhere, although with that kitchen menace, I'm not fully sold on Gosman yet, honestly. We might try and roll Gosman again. What I'd like is someone who does building and machinery. There goes the vaulting kitty right there. He's in parkour mode. Building, farming, nyctophobic, construction, cuisine, agriculture. Ooh, no, irritable bowel. Building, operating, doctoring, starry-eyed pacifist. I think Ren's going to be our builder. The side in doctoring is good. It means that we can put a point into medicine and get our rad pills without having to worry. I'm not overly worried about a doctor, being that we're on normal difficulty. We didn't turn all the sliders way the fuck up. Pacifist, I'm not worried about. We don't have a lot of murdering of animals. We try and get a better... You know what? I gotta try and roll a better researcher. I know I said I'm done with it, but let's try and roll a better researcher. It's just gonna be hard to match those interests, you know? All these researchers being interior decorators. Like, I'm super smart, but I like to make things look pretty, too. It's not going to happen, is it? Okay. Kitchen Menace is decreased cuisine. It's not can't do cooking. Okay. Okay, you know what? I'm fine. Gosman's fine. I know I've said it a couple of times now. Let's roll ourselves a farmer rancher is what I'm looking for. Yeah, ranching and farming. This would be great, except bottomless stomach. Loner, meh. Ranching, rockety, retreat, no. Ranching, digging, suit wearing. See, if we could get a rancher with a side in digging, that would be good. There's a couple of ways we could go with this. I don't usually go for a rancher right off the bat. Hey. Hey. Can we not scream? Can we not scream? Do you want to come up and say hi? Come on. Apparently it's kitty time. Or are you a lobster today? Are you a lobster today? How about a hamster? Hamster, lobster, kitty? Dorsal baby. Oh, God, I love this cat. I don't know how anybody could not like cats. Like, I get like, I want to just bite him. He's so cute. God, I love this animal. You are my son. You are my screaming, obnoxious son. You want to hang out on Papa's lap, or are you just going to be angry that he's not paying attention to you with both hands? He's a two-handed kitty. Cat supremacy. Absolutely. He demands both hands. If you're not giving him full attention, he's upset. He will not accept, like, sit in the lap while you game attention. If he's in your lap, that means you got to get up and play with him. Hey, buddy? Could we not vault off the walls? You've already destroyed some expensive things in Papa's house. Now, just because they don't have, like, interest in farming doesn't mean they couldn't be a farmer. Hey! Can we calm down? I've noticed the energy is ramping up. We need to go the other direction, sir. Uh-huh. So for anybody who came for Oxygen Not Included, I'm sorry, this is actually a cat stream. Ranching, building. I'm going to keep giving this a try. I do apologize to anybody who likes fast playing. I'm a slow and steady person, and we've got a major kitty distraction this morning, which is not uncommon, honestly. So, Marie. Husbandry cooking. Early bird. Can we have a rancher also cooking? Hey, 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 no, 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 no. No, no, no. No, no, no. This is a hard no, sir. Hard no. Hard no. We don't play that game. We don't walk on top of the TVs. Shh. I think we can do better than Marie. Sorry, Marie. No. Ranching, building, farming, handy. Oh, that loud sleeper kills it. I hate loud sleepers. Husbandry, strength, grease monkey, irritable bowel. Now that, Steve, ranching, farming, operating, iron gut, unpracticed artist. I think this is the team. Researching, suit-wearing, rocketry, building, operating, doctoring, ranching, farming, and operating. Like I said, everybody operates and everybody builds end games, so I think that's it. We're gonna title this colony "Remember to Breathe." Breathe, breathe, breath, breathe, same thing, right? Remember to breathe, because this is not supposed to be a high-stress colony. We've got plenty of things going on gaming-wise that are high-stress. This is going to be our hang-and-chill colony. Okay, let's go. Let's embark. See what we have from RNGesus today. All right, first thing we're going to do is we're going to pause. We're going to hit Alt-S, zoom out a little bit, and we're going to check our temperature overlay. We got neutronium up here. With any luck, that might be a volcano or a geyser. This might be space, right? Yeah, uranium ore. So space is going to be right up here somewhere because we've got the crust. We've got water here and down here. It's not as close as I would like. We've got food over to this side. There is a lot of pockets of CO2. I'm not loving that. I gotta be real with you guys. I am not loving the idea that we've got like several kilos of CO2 in the mix right off the bat. This is vacuum up here. We've got very little oxalite, but we've got plenty of algae. Okay. Plan of attack, because we need one, right? Now, we're going to have to dig this way, obviously, to gain access to the water for our research. I think I'd like to put my ladder system on the left side. Oh, we've got a caustic biome up here, too. Interesting. Okay, so let's do this. Although, if this is bomb lily... Bristle blossom, okay. Ooh. If we put our ladder system on the left here, we can use this space to make a nature reserve. I've become quite the fan of the nature reserve. So let's do a little bit of measuring, right? I want to leave 3 tiles on this side, then a door. Then ideally a space, a ladder, and another door. Not a door in this one because we'll have a reserve. I think that's our jam. Okay. That being said, we're going to need a bathroom system. We're going to leave 2 tiles on this side, then a door. And we're not going to do ladders on this side. So 2 tiles, door, and then maybe we do bathroom. I know it's a little awkward, but I think we do bathroom. So that's going to have to be 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 divided by 2 is 6. So that would be our bathroom. Right? I mean, we don't need to go that far in general. And then this would be where our door is. And we can then temporarily ladder system down. That is going to put us in a situation where we've got a lot of stuff collecting down there. You know what? We're going to cancel that real quick. I'm a planner. I'm a planner. All right. Let's let oh. No. First. Before I forget. Gosman is our researcher. So we research and operate. So she runs on the thing to get power, and she researches. Ren, I already forgot what Ren does. Ren. Construction, machinery, and medicine. So we're going to get you building. And we're going to get you digging second. Ren's going to be our main builder digger. And then Steve here, agriculture, husbandry, machinery. But we need somebody on life support and tidying in order to keep our toilets up and running. So we're going to put you life support and tidying. We're also going to put you into farming and ranching. Well, no, we don't need you into ranching at the moment. Yeah, so they'll farm and they'll tidy in life support. That should keep us going, and then we don't have any of that stuff queued up yet, so they'll help us dig right off the bat. That being said, I think it's difficult for all of them to dig in the same side. So let's get some digging over here. Now, plumbing. We're going to put our first outhouse here, but I'm going to let them dig through. Because we need materials and we need people just digging. Ah, it's good to be back. It's been a little while since we had a good colony start. One thing I'm going to do real quick, everybody, I just realized, I was like, why does it seem weird and different today? It's because I don't have any background music going on, so let me throw on a quick playlist, and then I swear we'll actually get back to, we'll get to business here. We'll start off with some acoustic-y type stuff today. Usually I'm rocking the metal in the background, but we'll get there. Put that down there. Ooh, hold on. I'm messing up already. Hang on. We need 3 tiles for something else. I know I shouldn't have done that. That just wasted a whole bunch of time. But I need power over here, like literally right in here. Okay, so door, wheel, battery. Yeah, I don't really want the ladder system on this side, although... So the problem with the ladder system being on this side is we're going to be locked in here. Yeah, we can't do it on this side. It's got to be this side. We can't put a ladder system that's going to go right next to one of these. We need to tame it properly, and this is going through water. So I stick with my ladder system on the left. So if this is the door, then we would need 12 this way. Maybe instead of going down to this water, we just go straight over to that water. I think that's the play. So that would be wheel plus small battery, doorway. So that would go there. Now, do we have the ability to build a door yet? Not quite. They're about to get into some copper. We are going to need a tile there because I shouldn't have dug that out at all. Come on, get us some metal, guys. Oh, schedules. It's been a little while. I don't know if you guys can tell, but it's been a little while. Now, this is going to make it so our dupes don't quite get as much done the first day, but it's also going to make it so we can get away with only having one toilet the first day. Someone was starry-eyed. Hello, Julie Pixels. Let's do a shout-out for our good friend Julie over here. Shout-out, Julie Pixels. If you're here for Ani content, you should definitely go over and check out Julie, because Julie does some badass Ani content. That's how we met. How do we see the traits again? Who is starry-eyed? Oh, bio. There we go. Sparkle Streaker. I could have sworn we had like a night owl. Starry-eyed balloon artist. Steve over here. Huh. Did we keep the night owl? And am I crazy here? Unpracticed artist, duplicate, iron gut, ugly crier, yodeler. Sparkle Streaker. Oh no, it was starry-eyed, not yeah. We what? What did we do? What did we do? Oh, I didn't actually do the schedules, did I? No, I didn't. Jesus. Now, the reason I give them 3 downtime is because it means they'll be able to get to the toilets and share the toilets. Missed a word in my previous sentence. Oh. We thank you? I have no idea what's going on. Now, we're going to want that to be there and that to be there. One of those there. That goes there. And we don't have enough for that yet. So space, so ladders here. Oh, interesting. I typed, what are we doing today? I don't see that with that at all. I don't know what's going on. Zed's here too. Let's do a shout out for Zed also. Zed3900. I guess not. It doesn't even say that like a bot like took it away or anything. It's just not there. That's odd. Anyway, guys, go check out Zed as well. The whole Ani crew is here today. I gotta get my fingers back under me on this thing. Ladder system will be here. It's a lot of CO2, so we should really go down first, I think. Problem is we need to go up for beds. Like, we need a door there. Yeah, unfortunately, we're gonna have to let a little bit out here. We'll go up first. And that'll go there. Someone said they sent a message in my channel and it didn't show up in chat, but they said they could see. Interesting. I mean, Twitch is a mess, right? Okay, we're gonna snag this bit up here too, just because we need the metal for a few things. Man, I forgot how slow dupes are. Yeah. Barb was saying that Twitch is going through some financial shit, and that there's a good chance it's going to be falling apart. Now, I don't think Twitch would ever completely die. I think they would get bought out by someone, you know, become part of one of the big conglomerates. But I guess time will tell on that one, right? Oh, and there is Nightbot doing the job for me. If you guys are interested in coming to hang out with us in Discord or seeing what I'm doing on YouTube, I post a lot of my playthroughs. They're owned by Amazon already. I don't know how much bigger they... Okay, I didn't know they were owned by Amazon. Yeah, no idea. No idea. Alright, we're going to put a little ladder over here so they can get at that mealwood. We're not going to rip it up. We're going to try and make a nature reserve over here with that mealwood and those bristle blossoms. We're also going to try and, like, dig out some of these cracks, because the cracks are often food. And I'd like to dig up to some food action. Oh, that's going to be a thing. And that should get us, okay, so that would be, oh no, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, okay. So then we need another door, so this stays a bathroom. We'll do that. That'll do there. We need a research project now. Those are going to be temporary. Research-wise, we're going to do what we always do. We're going to go into meal preparation first, because we want to get a mess hall in ASAP. Sure those get built ASAP. This pocket of CO2 is disturbing. We're gonna have to work around that. This one we've kind of circumnavigated because we came in above it, so it's just kind of down here at the moment. A lot of this is gonna have to... This is real rough. We're just trying to get basic accommodations up day one. We want our bathroom. Okay, so we've got a latrine. Once they dig the rest of this out, this should be a barracks. I think it needs to be at least 12 tiles, so as soon as they dig those last 2, it's a barracks, and if they can get the 3rd bed up, everybody's got a place to sleep for the night. Excellent. So day 1, we've got a toilet, and we've got beds, and we've got research. Okay. Oh, 2014 they bought it? I don't know anything like that. I don't pay any attention to stuff. I just do things. I make content. I don't I don't know how that content is a thing. I don't know what I'm trying to say. You know what I'm trying to say. Ooh, okay, so we got a Dreco and we got a cool steam vent. Speaking of which, let's do a little investigating. We've got a leaky oil fissure, chlorine gas vent, cool steam vent, volcano, carbon dioxide geyser, and oil reservoirs. So we're going to be able to do a petroleum boiler, and our main source of liquid is going to be that cool steam vent. So we're going to have to get that thing tamed down for air. We're going to pull the same thing we did on the sustainability challenge. For a little bit myself, they own a ton. Yeah. Isn't there only something like 6 companies in the entire world, technically? There's like 6 big conglomerates that own everything. So like I remember it used to be 7, and then I saw some news about how, like, yeah, there's not even 7 anymore, blah, 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 blah. There's the whole antitrust, anti-monopoly thing is not a real thing. It's just an illusion. We've got ice meteor showers, which means we're not going to have to worry about meteors. Radioactive crust, volcanic peak light, 30,000 lux. Sandstone, barren, jungle, oily, space, and magma. Well, slap my ass and call me Charlie. This is going to be a good map. Now, that oxalite is going to go, so we might as well brick that in. Speaking of oxygen... Slaps left cheek. Hi, Charlie. Thank you, Lilac. Appreciate it. So that was a very productive day one. Everybody's got a bed to sleep in. Everybody pooped in a toilet. And nobody pissed all over themselves. Looks like there's a hatch that we ran into already. Yep, hatch is burrowed in there. If I'm doing a more aggressive challenge type playthrough, I might murder the hatch, but, you know, so they don't eat all of our materials, like on a mini-map or something like that. But we're going to want that hatch. We got somebody who starts out as a rancher, so we do need to level them up. I'd like to get into Drecos pretty quickly. If at all possible, I would like to use the naturally occurring chlorine. Is that space? That is space. This is, this is going to be an interesting map. I have no idea how big this is, but if I had to guess, if space is there, the core is probably going to be somewhere like right here, with the oil biome right in here. Ish. If space is there, this should be the center. Our wall is probably going to be somewhere like here and here-ish. These maps are not big, by any means. Why are you on the... Oh, you friggin... Okay. Well, when everybody wakes up in the morning, we lost our barracks, and Steve had to sleep on the floor. Sloppy. Sloppy. I should have gotten that floor in. That's why you need the floor in. They have sandstone. When they wake up, they'll do it. They're technically trapped, but nobody's going to have to use the restroom for a whole cycle, so they'll wake up, they'll build the tiles, they'll come out of their bedrooms, and then they'll get to work. On the plus side, dupes only need to eat and poop once a day. This can stay open. This can stay open. This can stay open. I'd like them to dig their way over here. Smaller than Amazon is easy, though. Smaller than Amazon. If you buy a business when it's smaller and then absorb it into your company, it's legal, I guess. Yeah, I guess so. Seems a little ridiculous, but... Oh. Can't forget this. These got to be on a 9 priority. Most important thing in the colony until we get plumbed toilets is cleaning the outhouse. That all being said, next up on the list is essentially to increase our outhouse capacity with the anticipation that we're going to be bringing on another dupe. Not as soon as possible, but I like to plan on having 5 dupes reasonably quickly, so we're going to do that. Gosman is researching. It's going to take her a minute to get to the tables, which is what I want for the mess hall. That's going to go there. Dig that stuff out. Honestly, you know what? I kind of just want to put 2 doors. Why am I putting tiles? That's not how I play. That is not how I play. Okay. I use 2 doors because 2 doors means that air can flow properly. Now we're going to try and leave as much natural growing food as possible. We will turn this into a nature reserve reasonably quickly and link it to our main ladder system. That way we can kind of keep morale at a really badass level. We can also dig those tiles out, just again for airflow's sake. I don't want to waste too much space, but I do like having the four tall floors as a standard. It just kind of keeps everything neat and tidy. If we're playing on mini-base map like we were, that's not necessary, theoretically, but... yeah, get that stuff done before any of the other random shit that I queue up, please. Actually, let's get that built, just so that we can get oxygen flowing properly. See, you gotta head to work. Oh, see, you gotta head to work. Graveyard shift. Oh, totally, Flo Lilac. Much appreciate you coming in and hanging out. I stream noon to 6, Monday to Saturday, Pacific Standard Time. I stream RimWorld, Ani, and occasionally other stuff. I've been trying a lot of new stuff, but I think we're going to settle back into our normal RimWorld and Ani for the Monday through Friday, and then leave Saturday as our off-game day, because I've been experimenting with a lot of stuff, and that kind of... I'm not going to say it was bad for the channel, but it was definitely something that wasn't moving in the right direction as far as making this full-time gig. I do it as a full-time gig. I'd like to eventually make it that. But anyway, I'm here all the time. I stream all the time. I'm considering actually changing and adding to my schedule. I've noticed a lot of people in the same categories as me. They do really long streams. I mean, Julie streams for friggin' 12 hours sometimes. I gotta get on the same page as that action. Same thing with Wickhammer, who does RimWorld. Really cool dude. But yeah, everybody, we're the plan. Okay, I guess I gotta clarify some things with that whole plan. Don't be like you. But you're awesome. Now, I'm not planning on transport tubes this playthrough. If we were on a larger planet, I'd be making this stair system way wider. Probably would have considered putting it on this side and dealing with all the water and BS that we have to go through just for the sake of being able to make it wider. But I think this is going to work in our favor to keep it a reasonably normal ladder system. When we get to... a good way to get more community is to raid people you don't know. Yes, we raided a new person yesterday, actually. It was a German RimWorld player named Geekon. Geekon? However you pronounce it. G-I-C-O-N. Very cool person. We were talking about the different ways of approaching RimWorld, because they're also doing a very difficult playthrough, 500% Randy losing his fun, with all the DLCs and the added challenge of having a main character that's not allowed to die. So we were talking about it, and I was telling him how I'm doing a no kill boxes run. No kill boxes, no traps, all DLCs, Randy, 500%. And he's like, how the heck do you do no kill boxes on 500%? I'm like, I got this. I learned from Adam versus everything. And yeah, Zed, I'm going to be trying to raid out to more people. It's taken me a while to get my energy levels back. I keep saying that I'm just starting to feel like I got my energy levels back, but after all the surgeries... I don't stream 12 hours anymore, more like 6 or 7. Yeah, 6 or 7 is good. That's what I do, is 6 hours. I get tired now way quicker ever since the surgery in December. Like, no matter how much I start out the stream like good energy, I want to do this, I want to do that, I want to do this, I want to do that. By the end of the stream, I'm just like, I'm wiped, like hard wiped, and it's really, bleh. Because, you know, I'm kind of an introvert, so meeting new people, I have to be physically and mentally prepared for it. Oh, suck it up, Steve. "6 months to fully recover doesn't seem unusual." No, and actually, like, the doctors, like, I'm going to have a follow-up surgery. There's a little spot from the big surgery that from the beginning, even when I was in the hospital, they're like, well, it could be fluid or it could be a very small hernia. Only time will tell. And I haven't officially talked to the doc yet. I got that set up for the end of the month, but I'm going to have to go in and get that repaired. It's a tiny little thing, should be a very minor surgery. But from what I understand after talking to him last time, whenever you have major abdominal surgery like I had, it's not uncommon for you to take a year or two to heal. Like, they won't do surgery on me if it's been less than a year since my last surgery. So even that surgery in and of itself is not going to be able to happen until at the earliest this December. So we'll see how all that shakes out. But yeah, it's definitely been... I used to raid every single day. Every day I would raid out. That's how I found Zed. Right? Did I raid Zed randomly? Or Zed, did you raid me? Your guts were rearranged. That's a lot for a body. Yeah. And so, like... I literally was on the level of, like, I was waking up at, like, 7 in the morning and checking out new streamers. I'd get up, I'd make myself some coffee, get some food or whatever. I'm like, well, I can't even make phone calls yet. Killer had me raid you. That's what happened. I have a horrible memory. Mr. Polar Bear, how you doing, PB? I'm doing all right. Pretty excited to be having a chill playthrough. We're going slow and steady. We're having nice conversations. We're talking about stream stuff and life stuff. It's pretty cool, to be honest with you. Not that I would ever lie to you guys. That's just lame. Good as always. Excellent. Coming in. You're on a 3-stream streak. I got my guts a little rearranged last December. It's not fun. No. I don't know how much I've talked about it since you've been here, because I run my mouth over and over again about all sorts of stuff. But I've had 6 major abdominal surgeries in the last 4.5, 5 years. The last one was this previous December. They went in to do a resection, and it was so inflamed they couldn't. They put me on an ostomy. Went back in for another surgery. They did a half connect, so it was an ileostomy for a while. Then they went in to patch me up. Everything should have been done. Bam, everything ripped through, so they had to go back in and cut me up, put me back on the ostomy. In between, there was an emergency surgery where my small bowels fell asleep and knotted themselves, so they had to go in and cut out a section of my small intestines. So... finally, this previous December, they finally got me to a specialist after all this, like, crazy, like, going through it over and over and over again. Finally, I went to the guy. You know, the guy who's, like, I walked into his office, I was explaining to the nurse, like, hey, you know, this is the history, this is what I'm going through. Doc happened to walk by, he's like, I know why you're here. You're here to see me. You're complicated, and that's my specialty. Get them all sorted, and I'll see you in a second in my office. And so, like, he's the guy. You know, he's like, if you're ripped to pieces and nobody else can help you, that's the guy you want to get where I'm at over here. So, he did a major, it was a lot to go through. It was a lot to go through. Okay, so... yikes. Oh, care package. Where? Stretch, posture check, and is the hydrate coming up? I managed to get a specialist for a laparoscopic for mine. Whew. Hydrate, posture check, and stretch. I'm on it. Yeah, they went in laparoscopically the first time. The doctor I got to do all my initial stuff was actually a really good doctor. She trains people in how to do laparoscopic surgery using the Da Vinci machine or whatever it's called, the machine that's like the badass laparoscopic thing. I let my guts fall apart too much. It wasn't her fault. I fucked my body up. I take full responsibility. Alright, if we want to get a place to eat, we're gonna have to... 1, 2, 2, 3. Okay. Yeah, if you can plan and research surgeons first, it's always better, but emergency surgeons are just gonna keep people alive. Aftercare is so hard, but so important. Yes. So, to get into all the detail, because why the hell not, we have the mental health tag as well as all the gaming stuff. I haven't spoken to any... Emily! How you doing today? Hello, lovely Emily. Hey, Varb's in here too. The whole crew is here. Ani is the jam. So, I don't have family to rely on. Like, a lot of people when they get sick or have to go through major surgeries, you know, they hit up family. Like, hey bro, or hey mom, or hey dad, can you come and stay with me and take care of me for the first few weeks that I'm out of the hospital, or like, you know, whatever the case may be, right? We need a little bit of decor. I'm blessed to have a really supportive and nerdy immediate family, but my extended are a big nope. Yeah, all family has become a big nope to me. Like, I never really got along with my extended family, always felt very awkward. And my immediate family, I tried. I really tried, but definition of toxic. Like, just not the kind of people you want in your life. I mean, some of them were okay, but a bad fit for me. Some of them were just like, Jesus Christ, like, get these people away from society, you know? Alright, we're just gonna let them work. We're gonna let them work. This thing needs to be set appropriately. Alright, so we've got bathrooms, we've got a barracks. I'm slacking a little bit on staying ahead of getting the mess hall up. We're going to put that there and there. But we need to get this dug out and that flour out of there and flooring in. Okay, let me turn down my music. It's a lot louder than I anticipated it being. And I don't want to get DMCA strikes for letting music come through the microphone. Make your own family. Yes, yes. And I have made my own family. You can't hear the music. Okay, cool. Yeah. You're talking about the full quote instead of the paraphrase quote, Aya. The blood of the covenant is thicker than the water of the womb. Yeah, a lot of people don't know that's what it is. For anybody who doesn't know what Aya and I are talking about, blood is thicker than water is a phrase often used to say that family is more important than other people, but is meant to be the exact opposite. It's a quote from the Bible, right, Aya? I'm not 100% sure. I think it's the Bible, and it's the blood of the covenant is thicker than the water of the womb. And I think in the context of the Bible, it's meant to say that your relationship with God is more important than your relationship with people that you're blood related to. If your family goes against God, they're not your real family. But you could also interpret it as the blood of the covenant being a bond or a choice you make to enter into. So you could interpret that as the people you choose are more important than the people that are blood, or the people that go through the battle with you, the ones that you've bonded with over experience and stuff like that. So it actually means the exact opposite of what people use the paraphrase to mean. It is a biblical based, yeah. It's that your family in Christ, aka you picked, are more important than people you share blood with. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so I got it right, or at least mostly right. There's a lot of stuff like that. Friends gladly help you because they want to. Family only helps because they feel obligated. Exactly. And now some family can be friends. You know, some family can be that, like, I've met some people who have families that are like tight. Like they all like the same stuff. They take care of and support each other. But that's not very commonplace, unfortunately. So, at least in this country and this time and day and age and all that stuff. Ooh, printables. The blood of the battle is stronger than the water of the womb. Both is fine. Yeah, yeah. I think what's important to take away is be around the people that make you the best you. Whether that's people you're related to, people you find and choose, it doesn't matter who the people are. It just matters how they treat you and how you treat them. If you take care of each other and love each other, it doesn't matter if you're related, on opposite sides of the world, whatever. You can't expect one person to be able to give you all the things you need from others all the time. Yeah, you need a variety of people. All right, what do we got here? Suit wearing, tidying, mole hands, interior decorator, gastrophobia. Devin's not a bad dupe. He's not a great dupe. We could put him on... It helps because they can dig. We could make them an artist, although they don't get the points for free. Frankie is handy. Small bladder, though. Decorating, researching, strength. The reason I'm leaning towards Devin is he's got the suit wearing and tidying. So we can put him on... He'll be quick like a bunny. And he'll be able to do our supplying, storing, and tidying, which will free up our other dupe to do their stuff. The cooking, I'm not overly worried about. We're going to be eating mostly raw food and found food for a while. Smaller bladder is no big deal. I don't think Frankie's got the best interests. We don't need him in researching. We don't really need someone in decorating at the moment. I think we have someone who has a side in decorating. I'd have to double check. The tidying is good because they both have tidying, but Devin has more tidying. Handy is good. Shriveled taste buds. I mean, they're both decent dupes. They're both decent dupes. How quick do we want to go up? Like, how selective do we want to be? Becomes the question. Small bladder means more water. All right, that's a good way to look at it. You're right. You should definitely wait for a Nisbet. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Nisbet is the best. I'm tempted to just wait. Keep our team ultra small. I'd like to be fairly picky about our people. I think either one of these dupes is a pretty good dupe, but are we going to take pretty good dupes, or are we going to try and get, like, you know, the god team in place? Because let's not kid ourselves. 3 tons of sand is going to be helpful. You know, yeah, we've got plenty of sand, but sand starts going quick once you start filtering the whole freaking map and making glass and all that other stuff. This is going to be one hard thing to do. You know what? It's kind of flipped. Like, yeah, you know what? I'm going to take the sand for now. Yeah, be picky. It's cycle exactly. I feel like if I could mix and match a couple of traits on those two, it would be a really good dupe. Yeah, agreed. Sand is always good. Furniture. We're going to put that there. Okay, so the only work left is realistic. You know what? I'm going to cancel those. In my current map, I'm being so damn picky. Yeah, I want to focus on having a good small team. this time around. I don't want to rush into having all sorts of hands. I'd like to keep the team as small as possible, essentially. Like, we don't need people. Wanting people and needing people are two very different things in this game. Steve, why are you running? No, let's downtick everybody's operating. Steve, do anything else other than run on that wheel, please. Like, anything else other than run on the wheel. There you go, bud. It's a Desolans asteroid. The quirks and goals of this run, Emily, good question. I've been doing a lot of stressful playthroughs, you know, max difficulty Ani playthroughs, the 100 cycle sustainability challenge, RimWorld with all the everything cranked all the way up to middle finger in your face status. So the goal of this playthrough is to chill and to enjoy things. My main goal in any Ani playthrough going forward is space materials. I have over 1,500, well, maybe not over, but I have about 1,500 hours in this game. I have never once had supercoolant. I've never had viscogel. I've never had niobium or thermium. I've never had any of the space... Ani is a cozy... Yeah, we're going for a cozy playthrough. That's the intention of this playthrough. But we're going for a small cozy playthrough. I don't want to go up to 50, 60 dupes like I did in my last longer-term playthrough. That was fun and interesting and just crazy as shit, but I think I'd like to go for, like, a small team. We're talking, like, home planet max, maybe 16 dupes. Like, I'd like to have 8 solid dupes for the home planet, and then another 8 slots for training and getting people together for colonization purposes to go off-planet. So, ideally, we'd be looking at, you know, a small terrestrial crew and a crew of colonizers. And then we could take on more people as we automate other planets. One thing that the 100 Cycle Sustainability Challenge that Zed came up with that really helped me approach this game in a different way, I've always been really nervous about my first planet. Like, how could I be on the second planet? Like, the first planet has to, like, what if something goes wrong on the first planet? Well, it turns out that given 100 cycles, I can pretty much make a colony fully sustainable. That being said, we're not taking our hands off this time, so if something did go wrong, we'd be able to fix it, you know? So, it's... I'm more confident in my ability to branch out and do multiple things. Although if these idiots don't start, here, we're gonna 2 it while they're sleeping. We got 2 hatches already. Okay, we have research queued up. Excellent. Okay, so we got access to water. We're digging stuff out. How's our temperature looking? Temperature should be fine. Now, a lot of times what I do is I get to insulated materials, and I insulate the fuck out of my map really quickly. It looks like that wouldn't necessarily be the worst idea. The thing is, I overestimated the threat of heat when I first started playing. Is this our chlorine geyser? Excellent. Oh, excuse me. I'd like to make better use of the chlorine geyser. Maybe get a dash of salt vine farm going, or... something. I definitely want to set up some more, like, useful systems. At least one heat death is mandatory for learning the game. Oh, yeah. What I came to realize over time, and you know, you guys can attest to this as well, the major problem with heat is crops. Like, early game, you want to you're going to wind up going off of mealwood realistically. Because even if you start with somebody who knows ranching, nobody has skills, and you need at least 2 skill points to get into ranching. So it's not like you're going to be able to go immediately into ranching. If you work it the right way, you could probably get to ranching by the time you've gotten... like, you could do mostly found food, and then go into ranching reasonably quickly, but it kind of depends on the map, the dupes, the RNG of it all. But yeah, so as long as you're below 70, and as long as you've got your plants, your food source working for you, heat is not necessarily the most horrible thing in the world. Like, oh wait, is that neutronium already? No, that's obsidian. It's like, how small is this map? Do we have anything we can put in here? Oh, maybe we should have taken that Bliss Burst seed. That's too much CO2 to just drop in here, so we'll wait till we get a bit of a carbon pit going. I would like to get down in here a little bit, actually. Like a little bit. You know what? No. That's just too ambitious. Let's let them work. And let's think about how we want to do this. I'd love to get up here so we could start harvesting that mealwood and these bristle blossoms as well. I think what we're going to have to do... Okay, so we need that bluff briar. So what we're going to do is we're going to slap down the door here. And we're going to dig that out. I'd prefer not to let that CO2 out, but a couple of kilos of CO2 is a small price to pay for a for some decoration. Yes, the cracked bits, there's something buried there. Food, seeds, animals, that stuff. Emily got it. 1 second. Okay. Schnoz blown. $18,000 calories. Nutrient bars, muckroot. Yeah, so back to the goal of the game. The goal is to have fun. The goal is to not stress myself out beyond belief. I got enough stress from the current RimWorld playthrough. It's going well. With all of the crazy bullshit that happened yesterday on that playthrough, I'm surprised that the colony is still alive, but pleasantly surprised. It's like, holy shit, we actually like, ooh, no. Nobody researches except for Gosman. Get to work doing other shit, Steve. And your boy does have a new spine, that's right. Green Thumb's got a new spine yesterday. Few people got bionic arms. I think there's a bionic leg or two out there. We've got some good stuff going on in that playthrough. Let's dig that crack out. That water is in the way. Cracks. Those are too high up to get to at the moment. I want to see what this is. Whatever this is really gonna... I've got this sneaking suspicion it's our volcano. Steam vents over here. Chlorine gas is over here. Oil reservoirs and stuff are going to be down here. I mean, it's entirely possible this could be the leaky oil fissure. But I got this feeling that it's the volcano. I want this bluff briar. That's more important than what the who's a what's its is out here. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna cancel that because when we go to dig up here, because we're going to, we'll leave this as a little bit of a lip so that the water spreads out and we can just mop that shit. In fact, same thing with that. Let's keep that even. We've got shine nymphs over here, which you know what? Got a little bit of a natural farm over here, so we're gonna make sure this guy can't get out so he can keep light on those bristle blossoms. You know, we'll do the wild food thing as long as we can. And we're gonna have to get a kitchen going as well. Pretty ASAP. Not because our people can cook, but because we need stuff in a carbon pit. Now, in general, I find it to be really good to have the kitchen above the toilets, but we've got our barracks going up here. A lot of stuff is going to change as we go through this playthrough. So it's going to be... everything we're doing is essentially going to be temporary. I'm going to try and play it in a way that it's not temporary, but what I'm thinking is we might actually just put the kitchen right up here next to this place. Maybe we expand out and plan on like an 8 dupe mess hall, because that would put one... that would put that out to there. This could be... you know what? Yeah, that'd be pretty good, because then the kitchen could do a few things over here. Let's dig that out, dig that out. You know what? Let's just get over there. All right, we've almost got advanced research. Now, we're going into advanced... Aw, thank you, Killer. If anybody would like to name one of the colonists, Killer has generously donated a Name the Colonist redemption. So, you know, let's give the newer people a chance at it first. But if nobody, you know, whoever wants to pop in, doesn't matter. But if anybody wants to name a colonist, there it is. Thank you, Killer. Much appreciated. I know Emily's going to hold out for a Nisbet. We have Steve. What is Steve? Okay, so let's look at the skills and priorities. So skills. Gosman, piloting, athletics, and science. Ren, construction, machinery, medicine. Steve, machinery, agriculture, and husbandry. So, builder, operator, researcher, pilot, farmer, rancher, eventual operator. Damn, this is a good team. Well, Emily, your favorite dupe is my favorite dupe, so yeah, absolutely. I know what's good on that that whole front. Mess hall. I always forget the size on a great hall. Minimum of 32. We're at 25, right? So let me get them their decor item. Yeah, of course. Green Thumbs the second. I already forgot who the farmer was. Okay, Steve is the farmer. Steve, you shall henceforth be known as Green Thumbs the second. Alright, Greenie, let's get going. Anybody ever seen Maze Runner? Thank you for always coming in. I know you came in on Myst, but it's been really wonderful having you here for all the other games, too. I'm never sure who's going to stay for what, you know what I mean? Like, some people come in for Myst or Satisfactory when I'm doing a random off day, or one of the other games that I play that's just randomly a game. And, you know, some people stay for stuff, some people just come for that game, so thank you for being here. Thank you, everybody, for always being here. It's been really wonderful having everybody. I'm trying to, like I said, I'm trying to get back to normal here, so I'm a spoonie myself, so I like following fellow spoonies. Spoonie. What is a spoonie? Spoonie. Disable that building. Yeah, I want that crack there. Not the drug. Nobody misinterpret what I'm saying. I want to get at the cracked... No, that's right, Nether. That's right. You're just trying to get to that bluff briar. That is the main goal. We'll build the door before we dig that. Alright, I think... What is Steve doing? You know what? You generating power, I'm okay with that. We do need to start digging down before digging down becomes a problem. We've got a lot of mealwood down here. A lot of mealwood. Okay. A couple of things I want to get done today, because we're going to take it slow and steady. I'd like to get ourselves a basic kitchen up so we can use CO2 to keep things fresh longer, because we're not going to be able to stay on nutrient bars and muckroot forever. So we'll get some sort of freezer bit in here. The barracks, because we're going to eventually get to a completely different kitchen setup and all the stuff. Spoon theory is a metaphor describing the amount of physical or mental energy that a person has available for daily activities and tasks and how it can become limited. Ah! I like that. Okay. I don't have enough work queued up for everybody, so... Steve is coming to build. Man, I can't wait till these guys get a little bit more athletic. Yeah, we can do some fun stuff with this little setup here. I'm a big fan of trying to cram as much functionality in as possible. Okay, so we need to get this up to 32 tiles. We could just move the door. Literally could just move the door. Let's do that for now. So there's a reason I go into advanced, yeah, learning is fun. Knowledge is power. I really enjoy going into supercomputer very quickly. We get our tables, we get our cooler, we get our decor, we get our supercomputer, because it's going to turn this room here into a lab, because the printing pod counts as a light source. A light source and 2 research buildings gives you a laboratory, which gives you a boost to your research speed, which is... excellent very early on. Now this is the point where I start to think, what do we want to go into next? We can't go into refrigerators because we don't have someone who can do the advanced research, so we're going to have to knock out a little bit more basic research. We could go into the hanging planters just to get the plant off the ground, but it's not as important as other things. So it becomes a matter of, do we want to go into gas or liquid next? Thing about going into liquids, like, Getting plumbed toilets is great, except for the fact that you've got to either filter or store the polluted water. So if you want to store it, we got to go all the way down here in addition to getting that. And we're going to sidestep once we get advanced research into refrigerators anyway, so we're not going to get there super fast. Although the pumps are necessary for quite a few things. Gases, would love to get into airflow tiles, and that gets us to deodorizers and carbon skimmers. Carbon skimmer is also extremely useful, so this is usually the direction I wind up going. We're on an algae start, so we don't have to rush into atmos sensors and gas shutoffs and stuff like that, because we're not going to be doing an open electrolyzer setup. So I think this is going to end up being a pretty standard build. I think we go here first. Right? Because airflow tiles are going to be very helpful. And the manual airlocks might do some things for us. What else can we go into? We need everything. So I'm just trying to think of the order we want to do everything. We could also go straight into refinement. No. And then there's battery power. Do we go into that? I gotta say, after that sustainable challenge, I'm not even really super into coal generators. I'm like, just hire more dupes and put them on hamster wheels. All right, yeah. For now, we're gonna say we're going this way. In fact, we're gonna highlight all the way out to there just so we don't run out of research at any point. Now that that's there, we can chop that out. That door's in place, so we can deconstruct this. And we're off to the races. I'm probably going to have to move this already. I've got to figure out how big of a great hall we want to have. Right? My usual early game goal is to start prepping for the idea that we're going to have 8 dupes. The question is going to come into play whether or not we want to keep this as our great hall long term. So let's say we switch to hanging plants. That would make this 6 instead of 5. That would be 7 and 8. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So this could actually serve... This could serve as a great hall for 16 dupes in theory. And if we make this into a nature reserve that they have to get into out of the barracks, that's awesome. Eventually we'll wind up getting pips and then reconfiguring our nature reserve. I guess I shouldn't think too much about it. Let's just get something working. Now, that Bluff Briar is going to be available in just half a second here. Make that a top priority. Now that we got that thing out of there, let's crack this water open and decide what we're going to be doing next. I think next is more or less exploratory digging. Let's actually... Let's get up here. Let's see what's up with this thing. Oh, we don't have the hard digging and stuff. Okay. Okay, we'll eventually get up to that then. Plans. Alright, we gotta deal with our CO2 thing. Our conveyors over here, we haven't run into our teleporters yet, which makes me nervous. I prefer not to have our teleporters be, like, all the way down in the oil biome or something. But I think my goal is more or less on this playthrough to make the entire map our base, and then have spots that we airlock into outside of the base. Because I've done it the other way, where we essentially just get into suits the moment we get out of our bedrooms, but I think I'd like to go the other direction with it. Do a more normal playthrough. Okay, so now you can get into advanced research and get your hat. First hat of the colony always goes to the researcher. Speaking of, what do we need to get the nature reserve? I think we need advanced research. Oh yeah. So now, like I said, we're going to pivot immediately. Like, we didn't even finish the gases. Now that we have... I should have just had him go into that. Again, a little bit sloppy. Okay, that all being said, let's go into plumbing. Let's get ourselves a bottle emptier to put over here, because we're going to mop up this water. Is cozy, it's fun. Yeah, exactly. Let's get all that mopped up. Now I'm taking a look around here. Now, when I first saw these Drecos over here, I was like, let's do Dreco ranches. But given that space is right up here and the steam vent is here, what I think we're going to end up doing is like this side of the map is going to become Dreco ranches. We've got naturally occurring chlorine and we've got plenty of bomb lily. From what I understand, even if you're growing bomb lily domestically, it doesn't require dirt or anything. It's fun to watch Nether try to play casual, right? I don't really know how to play casual. I am such a min-maxer. Like, I want everything to be good. So I think this area is going to become our Draco farms on this side of the map. This will be... we'll have like a little bit of a space here for the water box that'll feed into an electrolyzer setup, which will probably be close by, so we're not pumping hot water long distances. That means that rocketry-wise, depending on how much space, we should have a decent amount of clearance. I'm thinking rocketry program is probably going to go up here. Provided this is a volcano, we're going to get a... actually, we're going to have to move a lot of stuff. Provided this is a volcano, we're going to wind up with a petroleum boiler right here. So I think petroleum boiler, volcano setup, rocketry program, electrolyzer setup, and Dreco ranches over here. Eventually we'll get slickster ranches down in the oil biome. The oil will be pumped up to get processed through the petroleum boiler up here. Okay, that's a plan. I can tell when I really like a game based on whether or not I make a spreadsheet for it. Yeah, this is definitely a spreadsheet thing. I've built some really cool and complicated things on here, but a lot of my work is just trial and error. Like, seems like it would work, let's do it. And then it fails, and I make adjustments, and then eventually I wind up making one that's good. But there is definitely a lot of spreadsheet math you can do in order to figure stuff out, like heat exchange. I am not good at heat exchange. Like, the idea of, like, the thermal conductivity and specific heat capacity of the water and of the pipes it's flowing to and the material those pipes are going through. I'm like, how do you freaking do those numbers? I just kind of know, like, by the feeling. Like, I feel the game out. But when you get into those really complicated things, like, that's another one. I'd theoretically love to get into a sour gas boiler. Like, sour gas boiler is just sounds like a really great project, but I literally will have to... I'll have to get way better at heat transfer stuff. Heat exchange. I'd have to get better at heat exchange math in order for me to do that. Is this a great haul yet? Great haul. Excellent. And the main reason we're going into that next food thing on the research list is so that we can slap down a refrigerator setup. So let's think about how we're going to do that. I want to try and not screw myself too hard as far as later on, so I think I'm going to change my mind. We're not going to stick a kitchen over here because all of this is going to have to get reconfigured eventually anyway. I would like to get into a deep freeze setup reasonably quickly. I think for now we stick a temporary kitchen setup right in this section over here, because we're not going to dig out this stuff so we can use this for a nature reserve, and eventually we're going to get over here to tame this bad boy, and we're going to want to come in from the top, or yeah, probably from the top anyway. I made spreadsheets for breeding in Ark, but never in Ani. Oh my god, Emily, me too. Me too. Just a quick aside on the topic of Ark. My favorite creature to breed was Dimorphodons. I love my sky piranhas. And I had, like, I had color codes, I had lineage, I had all that stuff. I learned all the tricks so that you could mutate them infinitely. So it will like stack the mutations over to one side and then bring them to the other side. All the shit on. Oh god, that game, that friggin' game. Anyway, I have a settlement tracker for Fallout 4. Gift guides for FE3H and some Stardew ones. Nice. Ooh, Julie does Stardew sometimes. Are you still doing Stardew, Julie, if you're out there? Or have you done the new DLC enough for now? Do I care about a door? Alright, let's... because I'm going to have to replace it later. We'll start like that. Food. That's the thing I'm looking for. And in case we need it, we could plan on a micro musher here. Actually, let's slide that whole jam over. Put an egg cracker right there. We don't need this in place, so it's okay that that's right up against the granite. We are going to be dipping into the heated area, aren't we? I guess that's okay because it's the kitchen. We will probably put farms in somewhere... I'm thinking maybe farms straight in the middle of the base when we get there. Right now we've got 18,672 kcal. For 3 dupes, we're looking at 12. We're looking at like, what, like 6 days, 7 days of food? I don't want to do the math for real. I'm just on summer year 2 of 1.6. Ooh, summer year 3, it's so good. It's very satisfying when your Dimorph army literally disintegrates a Bronto in a set. Yes! Oh, you know, Emily. You know. That is like, and we're talking about it. Ark Survival Evolved, and I guess now Ascend. I haven't played Ascended. I haven't bought Ascended. I'm trying not to get pulled back in because I've mentioned this in chat before. The devs have made some really, really terrible decisions that have had a very negative impact on the player experience. And I'm at the point where I just kind of can't, in good conscience, support the devs. I don't even think it's necessarily the devs. I feel like the devs let the game get ahead of them. Like, they started making a game, and they're like, oh shit, this is way more popular than we thought it was going to be. And they spent their entire development trying to catch up to that. And as such, took on bad business partners and stuff like that. Like, Snail Games is just terrible. Everything I've learned about and heard about Snail Games, I'm like, God, I hope that company goes under. And then they have bad contracts with their server people. Like, everything about the way Wildcard did business, it makes it difficult for me to want to support them. But otherwise, I'm literally, like, we're talking about it, and I'm getting this feeling of, like, I need to play Ark, Dimorphodons. Oh, I got pulled back in again a few months ago. Would not recommend. Yeah, that's fair. Often the devs aren't really the ones making final decisions on how some games turn out. Yeah, so, like Ark 2 hasn't happened. I don't have to tell you guys that, like, you know. And so they, like, shifted to Survival ASA, Ark Survival Ascended, right? It's not necessarily the worst idea, but at the same time, it's like, you guys said you were working on Ark 2, and now we don't have an Ark 2, and now we have to pay money to get the same game that we already had, but upgraded to a new engine? Like, they've made a lot of bad decisions, going all the way back to pre-release, right? Because when they were in pre-release, they put out a DLC. Scorched Earth was a DLC that happened before the game even released, and it was a huge debacle with all of the player base, because they're like, are you fucking kidding me? I paid you because I believed in the game you were making, and I wanted to invest in you making the game, And what you did with my money is paid people to make a DLC that I now have to pay for a game that's not even done? Like, they caught a lot of fucking hell for that. And they have continued to make decisions like that. Ascended is just the same game with literally the same flaws and bugs, just with new fancy graphics that you get used to after a day. Yeah. For me, Ark was never about, like, playing with badass graphics. For me, Ark was about having, like, I had to play on pretty low graphics on the PS4 when I was playing. Jesus, Steve is going fucking crazy. I'm a game designer for a small indie studio, so we have to apply for government grants, so we have to convince non-devs that we can make a thing that doesn't exist to get money to make the thing. Yeah, that sounds tedious. Like, I don't blame Wildcard. They got themselves onto a roller coaster, and it just went out of control. It's like they were driving an out of control freaking minecart. Ooh, okay. Green Thumbs goes into farming, and Ren. Okay. This is where we have a decision to make, right? In theory, Ren is our builder, and we want to put him into improved construction, but we didn't take on a full-time digger, so I actually think we're going to have to put him into hard digging first, just so that we can actually break outside of our core biome. Yeah, Ren, buddy. I know your passion is in digging, or in building, but I got to get you digging, my bud. Actually, let's get everybody a hat, too. Boop. Boop. And the kitchen isn't super important, but it will be important soon. The other thing is we've got to actually put a door in here. There. Yeah, we're gonna put it right there. And this is where I want to get into airflow tiles. What we're going to have to do is we're going to have to put a solid tile there. And a door there. Then we're going to put a door here as well. And then we're going to start digging down to deal with our problems with CO2 that are going to start occurring. Jesus, that's a lot more water than I figured it was. You know what? No, let's not. Let's not right now. Let's put this on sweep only water. And then we'll stick 3 refrigerators in here, move all of our food. Oof, yeah, I get that. I had that kind of issue with 7 Days to Die. Played it to death until Alpha 21 was an early difficulty. They were overwhelmed by the success of the game, but they had plenty of opportunity to learn and improve, but they didn't and make the same mistakes over and over again. Yeah, agreed, Emily. One of the things I think they could have done, and I'm not going to advocate hard for microtransactions because we all know that they're terrible, but they did attempt to do the microtransactions for cool skins for dinosaurs and stuff. The problem was the way they did their skins. Skins were a drop in the game. So if someone bought the cool skin, they could just relog their character or like move servers, and make like 1,000 of the skin and just give it away to everybody. So they missed a huge opportunity. Everyone I know who played would have spent between $1 and $50 fucking dollars on cool skins and aesthetics if they had done it properly, if they linked it to the account. Plus, I never in all of my time saw them selling t-shirts or mouse pads or like they really needed somebody in the merchandising department. Period. End of sentence. They needed a better merchandising department because they could have easily brought in revenue from alternate means beyond that of selling more DLC, Grimace's cosmetics are excellent for a real-world money, but it's about exclusivity. Yeah. It's just that they kept trying to force new content out as quick as possible without fixing bugs because that was their source. They had no way of bringing money in other than making new content, and because of that, they could never prioritize fixing the problems they had with the existing game. And so, yeah, suit-wearing, operating rocketry, squeamish, slow learner. Oh, these dupes are worse than the last round. We're going to take the blossom seeds. But, I mean, I don't want to get too into, like, devs. I don't want to get too into it, but, yeah, I really wish Ark had been managed better. I think Ark could have been, hands down, one of the greatest games of all time if it weren't for the mismanagement and glitchy nature of the game. Just my personal thoughts on the matter. Yeah, that usually means a publisher, and that's another cook. Yeah, the publisher is Snail Games, and they are absolutely terrible. Known to cheat at their own game. I'm trying not to pause, but I have a hard time running my mouth and playing at the same time. Snail Games has a tribe in Ark, and there are multiple content creators who recorded trying to raid them at different times, because you can play it PvE if you want, which is what I do, but a lot of people play it PvP. And Snail Games, if you raid them in-game, they'll roll back the server to before you raided them. And then you raid them again, and they roll back the server. They cheat. They're not good at the game, so they don't know how to defend themselves. But if they get smacked around by someone who's better at the game, they just straight up roll back the server. And it's just abuse of power. And it's really sad. Alright, this is where we're going to get some digging done. Alright, we are still researching. Yeah, love-hate is my fam with the 7 days. They just kept patching the zombies AI as soon as anyone found a good base strat. Yep. Developing a game is a conversation between the devs and the players. I think good devs realize relatively early on in the procedure that the game doesn't belong to the creator. Way to appeal to gamers by being a bad gamer. Yeah, exactly. It's one of those things where, like, I get it. As someone who's done creative stuff their whole life and has been the pig-headed one many times who's like, I want it done my way. If you are doing anything that has an audience, whether it's streaming or music or making a game, you have to be really successful, in my opinion, you have to have a conversation with your audience, with your customers. Yes, you may want it this way. This is your dream this way. But if you change a few little things here, the people who also like what you're doing are more likely to enjoy it. And so, like, if you're building a game for you, build a game for you. But stay indie, stay small, all that stuff. If you're building a game, doing artwork, making music, streaming, doing YouTube, any of that stuff, and your expectation is to make it your career, then you have to have that back and forth with the people that are going to be consuming your artwork or product. It's also making sure that you aren't just listening to the vocal minority of people who don't actually know what they want. Yeah, exactly. There are some developers that do a really good job of it. I'm actually very happy with the way Nightingale has been progressing through their early access. I'd be playing that game a lot more, but I have literally played every piece of the content. Like, I have really badass gear, I've done every quest, I've been to every realm, I think I have every available blueprint and recipe. Like, I just didn't sleep for like a month and did nothing but play Nightingale after stream. I even played it on stream a bit too, so I can't really play it anymore until they put out new content. I mean, I can, but it's like, I could get into building and everything, but I already built myself a freaking medieval town and maxed out my character, so time to do some other things, like get back into Ani and RimWorld, which I think Ani's coming out with a new DLC soon too, right? Also, Satisfactory is releasing 1.0 this year. Planet Crafter just released their 1.0. A lot of games are coming into their own right now, so I'm going to continue to try and do things. I wanted to get Ani back in the mix because Ani has definitely been the most successful for the channel. Talking about doing what's good for your channel and your audience, I've had the most people viewing and met the most new players playing this game. Thank you for following, Quigus, Magnificus, Mag. Well, thank you for following. Much appreciated. So I wanted to get Ani back in the mix because not only do I love playing it, but it's been the best game for the channel by far in the years that I've been streaming, so it's got to stay in the rotation. We got to try the multiplayer beta. Oh, nice, nice. Yeah, Planet Crafter's good. I did a playthrough on it. I think I've got about 60 hours, give or take, in that game. And I absolutely loved it. Because even though it's not a straightforward story progression, by the way, this is how I like to play. I like to queue up work, leave it on a 1, and have a conversation with everybody. Even though the game doesn't, like, follow that straight story roleplay thing, the progression with everything worked. Like, when you weren't sure what to build next, you go out and you're like, oh, well, I've got a better oxygen tank. So you go a little further out and do some exploring. When you're not sure what to explore, you come back home and you're like, oh, research is done. I can build a new building. And you could just, it kept pace. The progression was organic and satisfying. And that's what I loved about Planet Crafter. I think the build system, much like Subnautica and some of those other games, is a little bit limited compared to games like Minecraft or Nightingale. Kind of like with Satisfactory. Satisfactory is an amazing game. I love the logistics. I'll be getting back into more of that soon. It's just, I did the big project and it kind of wiped me for a little while. So, not sure how much of that I'll be doing on stream, but I will definitely be playing more of it. But there is a limitation to certain games, especially those factory games. Okay, let me try and get my head out of my ass. What are we working on? We're working on getting our food and our nature reserve up. And we're digging out some areas for farms and CO2 while we push research. We'll have to get into refinement, which means we'll need to make a decision. I think I might stick in a temporary industrial area over here because we've got cold. So if we do it right, we can use the naturally occurring cold over here to offset our industrial stuff that we need to get done. Only issue being is that we don't necessarily have coolant over there. We could theoretically pump some of our water and use that as coolant. I've done that many times. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how all of this goes. Screens that show numbers go up, go burr. Ooh. Are we still talking about Planet Crafter with the new stuff? I played it, I think it was like 1 or 2 updates before the volcano. I remember the volcano update being announced, and I was like, oh, that's cool. But it was, I think the last update I played was a little bit of the fish update. Let's put that in there. I mean, they're holding their breath to go down here, but that's okay for right now. I want to get down low enough that we can get through this water. My mom co-played my save with me, so we got to frogs. Yeah, I did some frogging. I definitely did some frogs and some bees. Wait, did I do frogs? No, sorry. I'm thinking about butterflies. They're very much not the same things. I did a lot of butterflies. did a good amount of bees. I got really into the whole auto crafting thing. But yeah, as far as like building super pretty things, I think for the most part for me my pretty stuff is done in Minecraft. I build on a very large scale. There's a massive color and texture palette in that game. So then we got into multiplayer, and my bros love it too. It's hard to find games that allow 5 players that aren't MMOs. Yes, yes. Nightingale is like that. You can play with, I think, I want to say 6 or 8 people in a group, and you can, there's like multiplayer hubs, but there's no chat between like strangers in that game yet, which is a little weird, and some people are like, yeah, they should have let us, you know, they gave us a social hub without the social stuff. But Nightingale, they've done a lot of things very different, and I think they're gonna really do well with the way they release content. They needed to get the game out in some state, because, you know, it can be a real struggle sometimes to figure out, like, when do we release the game? When is it done enough to put it out, you know? Okay, so what I'd like to do is get over to this stuff. How are we going to... I don't think we can mop that, right? Too much liquid? So what I think we're going to have to do is we're going to have to do that. And we're going to have to do some tiling shenanigans. I think we got to do that. And then maybe, like... You know what? There's some cracks here. So maybe something like that to let the rest of these tiles flow in there. It's going to be a little sloppy, but I think it'll be okay. And then we'll tile push the water that way. Once we get that. Okay. I've got ideas. But in the meantime, let's get a few other things sorted here. We've got that up there, but we don't have anybody who can cook yet, so I'm not going to bother running wires for that just yet. How far are we away from our... Okay, we're like moments away. Oh yeah, so Gosman's got to eat, sleep, and then first thing in the morning we should have our refrigerators and our nature reserve sign. Room size 51 tiles, and nature reserve is 4 plants, minimum of 32, max of 120. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. And then we definitely got to get into airflow tiles, because we're going to start having airflow problems as our base gets bigger. I do want to get this stuff mopped up over here. Good to check out then. We've also been looking at Enshrouded. We have family Discord for voice chat. Oh, awesome! Yeah, I have Enshrouded on my wish list. Ooh, speaking of wish lists, guys, Unraveled is on sale for $5. Very cute game. Little platformer style game. I'm thinking about picking it up. Maybe playing it on Saturday after we finish Myst 4. Or when I hit a hard enough brick wall in 4 that I need a break, which I swear to God, if we don't make good progress this Saturday, next Saturday we're taking a break from the Myst games. I'm willing to give it this Saturday to see if I can push through some of the puzzles. But that game has been kicking my ass so friggin' hard. It has been stressing me out. How did that meal ice get harvested? How did you get harvested? So I was thinking about doing Unraveled. I don't know if you guys would like that. We've played some cute games like Stray. Stray is freaking amazing. Wonderful game. I think we did that playthrough on Christmas. Not this previous December, but this December before. When the plant is ready, the fruit will fall off after some time. Really? On mealwood? I mean, it's not fruit, it's insects, but yeah. Which I remember telling Barb about, and she's like, wait, what? And I was like, yeah, zoom in. They're not eating the plant. It's mealwood. They're eating the meal lice that walk around on the plant. She's like, oh my god, that's gross. So... Alright, we're digging over to the muckroot on that side. Okay, so food, refrigerators, refinement, don't care about the fertilizer synthesizer, have never used it once. This guy can go... For now, let's put it here. We're probably going to have to move it, but we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. So as long as I'm not stupid about how I do things, this should be a nature reserve. Bugs are protein, yeah. Why not eat some bugs, you know? We'll connect those up, but we won't connect it to the main grid. Nature reserve. So we've got a latrine, we've got a laboratory, barracks, great hall, and nature reserve. We are ahead by miles on morale, which is excellent. Oh, and also speaking of wish list, I don't even know if I remembered to talk about this yesterday. Hellblade 2 is coming out. I've been waiting for Hellblade 2 since Hellblade 1. Hellblade 1 is a single-day playthrough. It is a straight-up story game. Very intense, very dark. One of my favorite games ever. It's not something you can really do a ton of, like, multiple playthroughs. I did a playthrough, and then, like, a year or two later, I did another playthrough on stream. Give or take however many years, whatever. Definitely recommend it. Love watching other people play it. I was watching Barb play it because she saw me doing it and was like, ooh, this game looks good. I want to play 2. It's coming out, I think, exactly 2 weeks from today. It definitely fits into the category of a game we play on, like, a Saturday. So I'm thinking about getting into that when it comes out. It's $50, so it's a little on the pricey side, but God, I need to play that game. I love learning about the sound development. Oh, in Hellblade? Yeah. I love the fact that they put mental health in the forefront and that we, like... You know, they've talked about the fact that even though Senua is the main character is actually her mental health situation, her, like, psychosis and delusions and stuff like that. I like that they talk about the difference between psychopathy and psychosis or something like that. I forget. Like, the difference between not feeling and, you know, the whole, like, psychopathy is evil type of thing. Versus, like, psychosis, which is more delusions and whatever. I don't remember the specifics. I was really on top of it when I was playing it, but yeah, I don't know. I think they just did a really good job both with the game and the way they engaged with mental health, which is always something that's very close to my heart. And the second one looks like it's going to be really, like, gorgeous as far as, like, the way the game looks. There's always the concern that now that they've gotten larger budget and everything that they might screw up, but... And I got to try out binaural audio myself on my first release. That's amazing. That's fantastic. Yeah, binaural audio is very cool. I spent most of my life being a musician sound engineer and producer. I learned how to do the sound engineering and producing because we were a very experimental group, my main band, for the longest time, so it was really difficult to get anybody who understood what we were going for. You know, it's like, we've been to a couple of producers. I remember one of our friends who was very, like, straightforward rock and roll. He's like, his basic thing was just like, oh, just put all the faders up and make it loud. And it's like, oh, dude, I know that works for your straightforward rock and roll, but, like, you've got microphones panned left and right that are actually top and bottom of a drum, and you don't have the phase flipped on them. And if I know this, why am I paying you to mix my album? Why don't I just go buy the equipment to do it myself? Like, great guy. Love that guy. But just didn't quite get the experimental nature of what we were trying to accomplish. Okay, dupes are running out of things to do. Let's get them mopping. Oh, I don't have research selected. That's why. My fault. Bad Sky God. Okay, let's get back into carbon skimming. I want to get into carbon skimming, and then I want to push into distillation. That will mean that we can get a bathroom with plumbed toilets and filtration going. Actually, you know what? I want to run the pipes, so let's get them researching the pipes first and foremost. Let's also start digging out so that we have a little bit more flow to our staircase here. As soon as we get airflow tiles, I'll probably stick one here and move the nature reserve over there. Oh, that's what I wanted to get, right? Okay, airflow tiles first. Too many things to do. I'm trying very hard not to let that CO2 out, but it's going to happen soon. It feels good to be playing Ani again. This is a really great game, and it's been so long. The last two playthroughs were challenge playthroughs, so it's been a long time since I felt at ease just hanging out, talking with everybody, and making gradual progress. Like, we're kicking butt by Cycle 8 on here. I want to try and be as cycle efficient as possible, but at the same time, I just want to have something chill and cozy like we've been talking about. So yeah. So we're going to do this on Tuesday and Thursday, and RimWorld on Monday, Wednesday, Friday, because I want to get that RimWorld playthrough sorted. After that, after we finish that RimWorld playthrough, which is going to take a little while, I'd like to think that I'm going to be able to, like, knock it out of the park status, but it's going to take some time. You know what? We can't do this right now. We just can't. What we can do is start getting farms in place. If we want to. Do we want to? Becomes the question. We've got... Never mind. We've got plenty of food. Let's keep up with the exploratory digging. Speaking of which, do we see any other neutronium? Alright, we're starting to get a peek at, ooh, slicksters. We've got oil over there. We've got oil down here. Here is the automation puzzle. We've got our chlorine geyser there. We've got another neutronium thing here. None of that can be gotten to until we get our digging up, so we're kind of in that, like, exploratory phase. The biggest problem with our exploration in this particular map setup is all of the CO2 pockets. We're not getting... Like, if this was a pocket of O2, different story, but all of the CO2 dropping down here, it's going to mean we can't really get to anything that we... Like, I'd love to be able to continually get to this food. We need that muckroot. We kind of need any food that we can get to. We're coming up on Cycle 9, so we should be able to get another opportunity to look at a dupe. We really don't need anyone. I'm already having trouble keeping work going for our regular crew here. Okay, so we get into airflow tiles. We reconfigure our stairway / nature reserve here. This stuff. I think we gotta dig in here. Yeah, we I can't be afraid of the CO2 forever. Let's get in here so we can get at this muck root. We'll try to live on found and wild food as long as possible. You know what we could do? We could make this a combination hatch ranch slash mealwood situation, right? So let's say, do we need a drop off? I think we only need a pickup. All right, let's say pickup and drop off. 2 feeders and a grooming station. That puts that out to there, which is easy to do. We could throw in a container. That gets us out to there. 7 tiles. Auto sweeper can see 4 in each direction, so the auto sweeper would be 9 tiles out to there. And we need... Okay, so that's legitimately perfect. So right here we would put doors. So we go with our traditional door setup like that. And then we go for... If we do 100 tiles... Yeah, 100 tiles there, right? And then food-wise... That's 5. 5. 5. So that becomes enough mealwood, in theory, to take care of all of our dupes, and allows us to get the hatches in here when they're ready. This we will make out of actual tiles because we don't want the hatches digging in. We want them up and available. It means we're probably gonna... How far away are we from our rancher getting anything done? Rancher's only a quarter of the way into their next level, so we're not going to be able to... Well, soon enough, though. Soon enough. We'll get the pipes up. We'll start running pipes for the whole system, because the pipes are going to run in a pretty standard way. I'm going to run pipes up and down the sides of the ladder, basically. So pipes up and down the sides are going to represent our loop for dirty and clean water for now, and eventually will wind up being our cooling loop. And pipes up the center are going to be to bring stuff up and down in the appropriate fashion. Okay, so this looks like a reasonable amount of work. Okay, very cool. Yeah. So I'd like to get Hellblade 2 on the list of things to play. I'd like to get... maybe we'll do a day of Unravel. Maybe I'll buy that, and we'll just, like... I don't know. I've mentioned it many times, and I feel like it's, like, almost like a self-meme at this point about doing longer streams or doing second streams. I get off of stream at the end of the night, right? I take maybe an hour break. I eat dinner, I chill, and then I'm right back to playing games. Like, the joke is I went to a physical therapist one time, and they're like, well, how many hours a day do you spend at your computer? And my answer was, all of them. And he's like, okay, so 8 hours a day. I was like, that's not what I said. I did not say 8 hours a day. I said all of them. Literally every waking moment of my life that I am not obligated to go and do something else, I'm at my computer. It's where I watch, it's where I play, it's where I do work, it's where I engage with everything is at my computer. Most of my friends are online. Most of the people that I care about are online, you know, like I don't live close to anybody. I've got a couple of friends close, but they're going through their own health problems and, like, you know, life experiences that make things difficult for us to hang out. So I'm at the computer all the time. Why was I talking about this? ADHD, sidetracked. Docs underestimate our nerdiness. Yes, they do. So, yeah, I'd like to do another playthrough of Planet Crafter. I've had Hollow Knight since November and been talking about it almost every stream. Unraveled is on sale for $5. We're still in the middle of Myst 4. There's so much that I want to do and get on the schedule, so we're going to try and maintain some degree of normalcy. The goal is going to be that Monday through Friday we're doing Ani and RimWorld, and then on Saturday we're going to be playing, you know, whatever game we're playing. But I'm toying with the idea of maybe doing a second stream. I get done with after that dinner break. It's like, if I'm going to jump right back into playing games anyway, maybe I should stream them, and maybe that second stream is going to be a looser stream. You know, it is different than playing. Streaming requires you to be a lot more outgoing and talk a lot and engage with people. Technically, these can all be business expenses. Eyebrow wiggling. Yes, they can. But I honestly don't make enough money to even worry about that stuff. I've been chronically ill for a long time. I haven't worked a normal job in forever. So, not a huge concern trying to facilitate tax stuff. Something else we gotta think about here is storage. I'm kind of feeling right here for a storage area. I want it to be close enough to the ladder system. Oh, and by the way, guys, we're doing infinite storage this playthrough. Being that it's a cozy, chill playthrough, I'm not going to be limiting myself. Like, I do infinite storage on gas most playthroughs because the gas storage is just stupid. Like, you would need an entire map of, like, gas storage just to, like, have any reasonable control over gases. But we'll probably end up doing liquid storage as well. The gas tanks are a bit better now, though. They are? Did they upgrade the amount that they hold? That's pretty cool. Alright, I'll have to check that out. Alright, ventilation is going, and we're trying to get into airflow tiles. Okay, airflow tiles, then shifting into pipes. Alright, let's see if we can get a new recruit on board here. Not a fan of bottomless stomach. Strength, husbandry, loud sleeper, no. Critter aversion, yokel, iron gut, cuisine, machinery, creativity. The first round was the best so far. We haven't gotten anything that I really like. Like I said, being picky. Mallow seeds. I think it's 1,000 kilos instead of 50 now. Really? 1 ton is not bad. Maybe we'll play with them. That Frankie isn't looking so bad now. No, the Frankie or the Devon, was it? Neither one is looking too bad, honestly, at this point. It doesn't matter. Like, we don't have to do anything crazy. Okay, so we've got a farm going in for when we need it, capable of feeding 3 dupes. We've got a ranch set up reasonably in there. When we get our next technology... Actually, yeah, we should pivot into ranching, not into pipes. We should get ranching up and going first. That way we can actually corral all those guys. And the reason I was talking about getting some sort of storage system going is I'd like to get all this stuff swept out of where the hatches are so they're not eating anything we don't want them to eat. We'd like to feed them all the sedimentary rock first. That's one of the things I love about this game is you can get a lot more done than you think you can. Like, we're on cycle 9. We've got a great hall, a barracks, a laboratory, a nature reserve, the supplies to cook once we get a cook, a latrine, which shouldn't take too long. I wouldn't be surprised if by the end of stream we have plumbed toilets up and a cook cooking full time and have our people not even able to eat raw food anymore. If we get a central storage area going, how do I want to set up central storage? I've got ideas in general. I like to get at least 2 droppers in there, auto droppers. So if we have 1 here, gap, 1 here. No, we should slide that over a bit. so that we have 2 spaces here for loaders in the future. So that would put our main storage here, 2 droppers, tiles to put the droppers on. So it would have to be that at the very least. And that doesn't allow us long-term to expand that. Do we need to expand that any further than that? We could grab another 2 tiles. We could go down to here. I mean, we could make it a 2-floor system. Do I want to do that? Do I want to anticipate having that? No, I don't think we need to. Okay, so dropper, tile for the dropper to be on, another tile, and then actually, yeah, that's the whole jam, right? That would be storage. We would put a tile here and then build tiles. Okay. So that there, and there, with those there. And that puts us in step with the floor and gives us space to do other things. No, because... Hydrate. Thank you so much, Aya. Appreciate it. So I'm thinking... Now, you know what? Let's do that. Because we could always make it bigger. Right? Like, let's say we put our storage here and like, man, we want more space up here for additional droppers and to fit some sweepers in. No problem. We just dig out under here, break that tile, let everything drop down. We'll just have to keep that in mind so we don't expand into this area with any essential infrastructure. Also, I should probably get my list going over here. I don't give a shit about fertilizer. Coal is good. Don't care about cooking ingredients. Don't care about eggs. Dirt is a good one to have on there. Don't care about that. We'll put that on there. Don't care about that. Put that there. Algae, polluted dirt. We'll put eggshells. Don't really need them on there. These definitely need to be on there so we can see what our building materials are like. Seeds at the moment I don't care about. Oh, research complete, Ding. Thank you so much. So that gets us our airflow tiles. Let's get our ranching sorted. Speaking of airflow, let's put one here and here. Then let's move a copy of that there so that we can dig out that left side when the time comes. Also, let's put one up here. Let's slam one in, let's say, here. Put one about maybe a little of this. Eventually we'll put one here. It's a little off-kilter. It's going to drive everybody nuts, isn't it? So we'll go here and here. And by everybody, I mean me. Okay, so we get the ranching stuff ready so we can get a ranch going. And then we continue down our path of pipes and other stuff. We'll eventually put in a fire pole on this side, on the left side here. Our base is coming together nice. Yeah, so what I never got to, because, you know, ADHD and all, I play in the evenings anyway. Yeah, fire pole is a nice feature. So I always consider the idea that I might want to stream what I'm playing in the evening. For now, we'll continue to make that something or another. Alright, we have exactly 4 plants, so I can't really screw this up. I mean, I can screw it up. It's a possibility, but I need to not screw it up, is what I was kind of getting to. All right, we're moving along. Moving along. And I still don't see our teleporters. Is cozy? Yeah, definitely cozy. I'm digging it. Fuck it. We got a lot of metal. We get materials back. I'm gonna put doors there. Wait. No, not there. Because this was the 100 tiles, right? So doors there. That way we can make our way over. I am kind of nervous about the fact that we haven't run into our teleporters yet. This is not a huge map. Like, the neutronium is over here, right? The neutronium is here. This neutronium will probably be... I don't know. Something I don't know if you guys know about the way Oxygen Not Included generates its stuff. I learned this watching Francis John. All of our planets are actually on this map. That's why we can zoom out this much. All of this black space is other planets, and basically all the other planets are separated. You're inside of like each planet is inside its own box of neutronium. So when you send someone into a rocket, that's also on the map as well. All of the spots on the map are on this map. That's how the game can actually run, and that's why it gets bogged down when you've got multiple planets and massive numbers of dupes, because it's running all of them at the same time, but it's not like one of them... Good for less files, makes sense. Yeah. It's not like one planet gets like put in the dark over here and it just runs the simulation with the numbers. The planets are actually working. If we have another planet with this same kind of colony, it's working over here off camera. And then when we go to monitor it, like, you know, it's like a whole interface system. But yeah, I think it's a good way of managing stuff like you're talking about. I don't know anything from the game development side other than what people have told me, like yourself. But it's one of those things where it's like it's something good to know as far as like lag optimization in your colony building. Moving all of your materials to a single location so your dupes don't have insane pathing options. I usually build in a way where there are ladders everywhere, but I've started getting of the opinion to do it more like Julie and a lot of the other people, where if you're not using an area, you dig it out and then delete the ladders, and it limits their pathing options so they don't have to calculate which directions they're going like that. So yeah. Also, anybody who plays Magic, Magic the Gathering, specifically I play on Arena. I've been recording my playing time in the evenings and weekends and whenever, and editing games down to be like 2-3 minute files. I cut out all of the thinking and reading time and speed it up by a little bit, about 15%, so that it flows nicely. So I've been uploading my good games and my bad games, anything where there's cool action, whether I win or lose. So that's going up on the YouTube now. I'm uploading all the VODs from Ani and RimWorld. I was working on the time-lapse of the Helix tree from the community SMP server, which if anybody wants to join, just hop on the Discord, thumbs up the rules, and we'll add you to the whitelist. That's actually a common glitch I'd run into with Fallout 4 settlement. Because of the issue with despawn systems, sometimes the settlers will suddenly think they have no water or no power, so they start getting cranky. Interesting. I never got into Fallout 4. Winter got into Fallout 4. Winter Morning, a good friend and one of our community members. She hasn't been around a lot lately because she's been going through some life stuff, as many of us have and do go through. But wonderful person, and she was really into Fallout. Anything I know about the game comes from like hanging out with her and hearing her talk about it. Okay, so beard stroking moment, which there is an emote for. I've kind of just leaned into playing with the beard. It's something for a while I was self-conscious and like I shouldn't stroke the beard all the time, but it's become part of my character. Barb's even captured it on the sketches she does that I've been using for my thumbnails. Played a shared save with your parents? How'd that go? That's awesome that your whole family's into gaming. Green Thumbs is halfway to the ranching ability, which is good. We've got people sleeping and relaxing, also good. Got to keep our dupes happy, right? Okay. I want to speed up, but not really. So this is going to be where our storage goes. That'd basically be where that goes. So yeah, let's go back to this project. Not bad. My dad loves the combat, so he'd run off and do missions exploring. Mom loved the settlements and was good with either. Hence the settlement trackers too, so we could all access the numbers. Oh, cool. I tend to be the builder when I play with other people. When I was actually playing with other people in Ark Survival Evolved, they were all basically like, Nether, you know what the fuck you're doing. You know all of the ways to glitch build and all of the efficiency things. Like, you decide on the build, we'll bring you what you need. I also got into... I was a builder breeder. I got to the point where I could do a lot of the adventuring myself, especially the lava golem cave. I lived on Ragnarok at release, because Ragnarok was the map that came out when the game officially released. It was in August. Can't remember the year, but I remember it was in August. And Ragnarok was my home. And I learned real quick that one of the things you want to work towards is getting into that lava golem cave. I'm usually our builder and planet crafter, though Dad likes to make outposts. Nice. It's always good to have people... So, like, I'd say I was the best builder in our group. I built both mechanically, functionally, and mechanically/functionally and aesthetically. I was all about blending function and form. My first Ark base on Ragnarok, like, I'd played before that and like played with a few people, had some like small bases, etc., etc. Well, my first real base on Ragnarok with me and my roommate was very much a box with function. There was no real beauty to it, but after that I started making everything look good and play good. And basically, I was a builder first, but at a certain point you run out of building stuff to do. And so I was second. My second was breeding. And after a while, I wound up essentially doing everything because I wound up going solo after a while. I started out playing solo, then got my roommate into it. We kind of noodled around with another tribe a little bit. When I was like, hey, I want to build some stuff, they were like, yeah, build on the far end of base. And I built something, and they were like, oh shit, you actually understand how to build. Like, they told me to build far away because they thought I was just going to build some shitty box. And I built a birdhouse? Treehouse? I basically took a pole very high up, almost to build limit, and built like a little like roost. And I had my RGs and my dimorphs, and that's where I lived, was up in that little house. And then I set up a platform so that we could do base jumping. So we would get parachutes and strip down of all of our important gear so we didn't lose anything, and we'd see who could like jump off the platform and glide the farthest with the parachutes. Obviously, you're most likely going to die. At a certain point, though, I got good enough, like, I would do it with a swarm of dimorphs and my gear on me, and then just be able to walk back home. But yeah, when we had a tribe going, I was our main builder, then we had someone who loved breeding the big dinosaurs like Gigas. We had people that just loved doing meat runs and going in caves and stuff. So we had a little bit of everything in our small tribes and stuff. But eventually I went solo because of drama. Literally had one of the guys call me off and be like, you know my girlfriend's trying to fuck you, right? I'm like, I know, and it's never going to happen. It's like, I'm not interested. She lives 1,000 miles away. And I would never do that to you or the tribe. Like, and he's like, well, I need you to not be friends with her. And I'm like, No, I've known her longer than you. She's the one I met when I started trading. We hang out, like, she's my friend. Like, she'll get over wanting to get a piece. But, you know, like, so that was a whole headache. Then he called me up, same dude called me up talking about how, like, she was cheating on him and how he wanted to, like, kill himself and all this stuff. And, like, it was just a whole dramatic thing. Then it came to light that some people were, like, stealing from the tribe. And I was just like, that's it. Between the drama and the accusations of theft and all that stuff, I moved to my own server. I stayed in the tribe, but it really just came down to, like, look, if you guys are just going to make the... Because I was the guy who's like, look, I'm here to play games. If you guys could just check your real-life baggage at the login screen, that would be wonderful. I'm here to ride dinosaurs and build cool shit and, like, you know, have a good time. Literally, theft accusations was how my friend group in middle school broke up. Yeah. The thing is like, any of you guys who've played Ark, you know, like, there gets to be a certain point where, like, you've got tons of resources. And then, like, not everybody's on all the time, so you wind up with someone who's like, man, I need these resources for my other base. So they take some of the metal or the obsidian or whatever it is, and then somebody else gets butthurt because they're like, oh, well, that was obsidian that I was collecting for a project I wanted to do. And it's like, well, it was in the community storage. And then, like, tribes start dying. Like, one of the things was like, oh, you know, she's stealing from her other tribe and bringing dinos over to you guys. It's eventually going to turn around. Like, as soon as you guys start to be a little inactive, she's just going to start stealing from you, too. And then, like, there's so much drama. And eventually I was like, you know what? I'm going to move to another server. I'm going to be the badass solo guy. And I would come back and help them with stuff. I basically built that whole base. And I was like, you guys can have it. You take the base. It's built. It can accommodate a lot of people with private bedrooms and community areas. Like, go for it. Enjoy the base. And I went and took everything I learned and built another base that was just amazing. The scary part about playing solo, though, I think I did have my roommate join that tribe because he had basically stopped playing entirely. And I was like, look, would you mind logging in and joining my solo tribe so that if something happens and I get stuck on another server when I go to do a trade, at least, like, there's somebody who can get in and you can, like, or if I lose my character, you could bring in another, you know, my next, my replacement character. But more or less, I was just living there solo. All right, it's time to get this project done, I think. Skills? Actually, what it is time... Play MMOs anymore. People make it difficult. What I think we're going to do is we're going to take a quick restroom break, or at least I'm going to take a quick restroom break. If you guys need to grab a drink or get up and stretch, things that I should do and don't remember to do, but when I remind you guys, I remind myself too. I put up the links to my friend Bobby's music. He's the one that does the Be Right Back screen, starting soon screen music. If you like what you hear, please go over, give him a like, tell him you know, give him some love from me in the community. You know, he did it all for me for free several years ago, so anything I can do to support him, I'm going to do. And that's my long-winded, I'm going to use the restroom. So I'll see everybody in a few moments. We'll try and get some more work done on the colony and see where we go. See you in a sec. Alright everybody, I'm back. Apologize for the longer than average restroom break, but I needed to make another cup of coffee, and it took a few minutes. Ah, delicious caffeine addiction. Alright. Now... we're going to heat up a little bit in here because of the supercomputer and the mouse wheel, so we're probably going to move those soon enough. We'll get a little bit of an industrial area going up in this upper right-hand corner. Temporary, of course. We'll do a localized grid. Probably use coal and whatever else up here. Make use of the coal that already exists. And kind of get our basic starting refinement done up in this upper corner. It'll mean that we'll probably have to get rid of this shine bug and the naturally growing food up there, but such is life. The reason I'm trying to get this project done down here of shifting the water is there's a good amount of food down here that we can get access to, and I'm trying to explore out to different stuff to see what we can see. The bear went over the mountain, so to speak. We've got a buttload of iron over here. We've got some sort of geyser volcano thing. I'm curious which one this is and which one this is. Okay, I'm stammering like an idiot. On the Desolance playthrough that we did for the 100 cycle hands-off challenge, the Zed, we'll call it. He calls it the Nether Zed because he likes the way it sounds, but I added a little bit of thought into the process, but it is really Zed's challenge, and it turned out great. But on that one, we did have a volcano on the map as well, and that volcano was essentially up in this position. That's why I've got kind of this like, maybe that's like the position that things wind up in, right? Yeah, interesting. But it could be down here, this one over here. So what we had... So we've seen our chlorine, and we've seen our cool steam. And we've seen, obviously, the oil reservoirs. So there's the carbon dioxide, volcano, and leaky oil. And the carbon dioxide geyser, is this the one that's cold? Yeah, this is the cold one. Carbon dioxide vent is the hot one. Geyser is the cold one. We could use that cooling for something. Like, the problem with the carbon dioxide geyser is that we can't really use it for slicksters. It's not going to output enough, plus it's going to be cold and slicksters like it hot. But if we can use that carbon dioxide to cool down some other stuff and then pump it into a slickster ranch after... Yeah, it could work. Now, I'm a big fan of industrial saunas, right? My biggest problem with all industrial saunas has been that I can't seem to get the polluted water to turn into steam quick enough. For some reason or another, I can never keep the floor hot enough. So we might have to toy with that, or we might have to go the other direction and go with a cold industrial brick, where all of the heat's dumped into a steam chamber above. If we do that, then we still have to... I mean, we don't want it to be too cold because we're going to want to use that CO2 for slicksters, because ranching slicksters is one of the easiest ways to get everybody on barbecue. That's one of the reasons I went up to 50 dupes on that last long-term casual playthrough, is we had a petroleum boiler going and we still had 2 extra oil wells. So we had enough food from slicksters to feed basically 50 dupes on barbecue. Plus we had like 4 Dreco ranches and I think a hatch ranch or 2. Like, we had plenty of barbecue. Plus we got into Pacu. It's just that it wasn't an optimal setup. I want to play with the slickster ranches, because what I did is I came up with a vertical design, because it doesn't matter if it's vertical or horizontal. So I came up with a vertical design that's been serving me really well, that's 4 tiles wide. The problem is when you get to the point where you want to do full automation, there's not enough room for the sweepers and loaders. So rather than being 4 wide and however many tall to get 96 tiles, we might try to experiment with something that's like 5 or 6 wide, kind of go more of a square. I don't know. Because I like to be able to do as much automation as possible. It's the factory player in me, you know? Alright, so these guys are going to come down here and do a few things, and let's just continue to build this left to right type status. Need to create enough space over here that we can slide this water to about here. That way we can continue our ladder system down, get a little bit more of a look at some of this other stuff, and get access to this food that's down here. We've got 14,000 calories. It takes 3 days for mealwood to grow. 3,000 a day, 6, 9. So when we get down to like 9,000... we'll probably start planting mealwood, but in the meantime, there's actually still plenty of stuff that we can get at as far as cracks in the ground. Like, we should snag that one, we should snag that one. There's a crack there. We can get this one now. This will require a little bit of work, but, you know, I'm not opposed to a little bit of work. So boop, boop. In fact, if we go up another one, do a little booping like that. Up here, same type of deal, right? So bip, bip, and boop. In fact, while we're doing that, we could get that sand dug out of there. It's going to collapse anyway. Might as well get at it. What else? What else? It'd be nice to get up to here, but I'm trying not to crack into that carbon madness until we get a bit more stabilized with a few things. Okay, let's put that there and dig this out so they can get to that side as well. Would like them... I mean, that bristle blossom's not going to do any good over there, but if we do a little of that, you know what, we'll just boop that. Boop and bip and bop. Boop, bip, bop. Just trying to queue up little bits and pieces to keep our digger builder working. Do we not have research? We don't have research selected because I'm a jackass. Okay, what was I talking about? We got the advanced research stuff going. We're going to need to get into power for refinement, but let's focus on getting the ranching going. We're going to need to get a cook real soon. If we're going to get into ranching, I want to be able to get that barbecue sorted. We're going to have to automate the whole situation. Carbon skimmer? Yeah, I think we go carbon skimmer, then into water sieves, then into toilets. We can deal with having outhouses for a while. And then we'll have to come up with something to do with our polluted dirt. This thing is going to keep pumping out toasty water for a while. We dealt with one of these on the sustainability challenge, and we're basically just going to insulate this in. Just like, we could insulate the base out of it. We're going to insulate this in some way, shape, or form somehow. What we might do is plug up this whole thing and then kind of manipulate this water a little bit. Dupes might get a little toasty. Dig out a nice little box over here. And then when we get a cooling system going, we can kind of put a little, call it like a little radiant blade, like of like 4 to 6 pipes next to it, so that when it's off gassing, it helps it turn into a liquid. And put a pump in there. It's going to get pretty toasty in there. I don't think we have gold amalgam on this start, so it'd be nice to get over to the other planet, although I don't think there's gold amalgam over there. I know the other planet's going to be the radioactive asteroid. I'd kind of like to not get that running until we can actually... pick up. Drop off. A couple of feeders. storage bin and grooming station. You know what? Let's put the grooming station here. Grooming station, and then we'll put the feeders on the right side. And as soon as Green Thumbs over here gets another skill point, we can get them into ranching and start up the ranch over there. We need to keep our eyes out for a good cook. I don't think we can afford to push anybody else into cooking. Like Gosman over here, decreased cuisine. So we don't want to put Gosman into cooking. Ren is our digger builder, so even though we could put them into cooking theoretically, they don't have any bonuses, and they're always going to have a lot to do. So I think the main thing we got to be on the lookout for right now is a cook. In general, what we're looking out for is a cook, a dog's body, you know, someone to do all the hauling and supplying and cleaning. Those are the main two things we're looking at. We could get to 5 dupes and realistically have an amazing time with 5 dupes. What would 6, 7, and 8 look like? We've got somebody with a side in doctoring. I think we have somebody with a side in artwork. So at that point, it really is just kind of picking really badass dupes, you know. Someone who's... builders and operators, basically. We need a cook, and we need a dog's body, and then we need builders and operators. Because the builders and operators are going to take us through to the end of the game. So yeah, I mean, we're going to keep an eye out. Any really good dupes we're going to get at. We're going to need people for colonization purposes. Our researcher is built so that we can put them into space quite easily. All right, Steve. Iron Gut Yokel. Construction, strength, and creativity. Now, Steve's a good dupe. I mean, we don't need the decorating. There's that part of me that's like, it's a wasted interest, you know? But let's see what else we got. Anemic, no. We're never going to take anybody who has anemic. Building impaired is a hard no. Plus the irritable bowel and allergies, no thank you on nails. So, Steve, building, tidying, decorating. So you could essentially be our dog's body with a side in construction, and if we ever need you to be an artist, we could make you an artist. They don't need to do researching, and they've got Iron Gut. I think Steve's coming on the team. Double Steve right off the bat. Green Thumbs and Steve. Excellent. Excellent. All right. Welcome aboard, buddy. Let's get you priorities and a schedule and slap in some stuff. So Steve here. I kind of want them... Okay, so here's the thing. We already put Ren into some digging. Yeah, we kind of need... We need somebody who's got a good side in digging. Another digger builder would be great, so we could focus one into digging and one into building, and then eventually have them both do building. Ren... Okay, Ren and Steve. Where do we go? I think we go improved carry right off the bat, and we literally have them start doing all the dog's body stuff and get our other people. What are you doing? Okay, let me look at the priorities real quick. I already forgot what the fuck we're doing. Green Thumbs is doing farming and then double upticked in tidying and life support, so we can get them off of that. How is your building is not amazing. You know what? It wouldn't be out of the question to have Steve do some building and just kind of have, well, Green Thumbs is going to start ranching, farming. They can kind of handle... Okay, so I think what we're going to do with Steve here. We're going to let Steve and Green Thumbs, so the twins here, are going to take care of a few things. We're going to have them both do life support and tidying as their top tier thing. That way we can keep our toilets going. That'll change in a little bit. Supplying and storing is not really an essential skill. We're going to downtick Steve's operating, and we're going to uptick his building as well. But we're going to have him do building as a secondary. And I think what we'll do is, with priorities for Green Thumbs over here, we'll downtick these to secondary. So Steve will primarily take care of the life support and tidying. When they don't have any of that to do, they'll help with the building. And Green Thumbs can focus on farming. And when they don't have farming to do, they can help out with this stuff. In fact, we'll uptick them on supplying and storing to a secondary. Yeah, that gives us a good spread out of our mechanics and make sure that everything is going to stay pretty on point. We're going to add a new schedule. Everybody gets their own schedules in my colonies. I like to stagger schedule. I like to give people enough downtime that when we get into long commutes, it's not a big deal. With this scheduling style, we've got that little extra morale from having 3, which we don't really need, especially since we're not on a hard difficulty. Steve, let's get you going. This allows us to run on very few toilets. I've run a colony of 24. On that playthrough where we had 50 colonists, we're going there for now. On that playthrough where we had 50 colonists, I had 6 bathrooms. And we had more than 50 because we basically stayed at 50 on our planet, sent 6 off planet. I think we might have had close to 60, maybe more colonists, because we had 6 or 7, somewhere between 6 and 8 full-time sleepers. I know we got 6 full-time sleepers, and it wasn't quite enough to keep the Somni and synthesizer going flat out, so we were looking to upgrade to an 8-sleeper barracks, but I don't know if we ever quite got to 8 sleepers. In addition to that, we had 40, 50 other people and 6 people off-planet. So we had a lot of dupes, and I ran them all off of 6 toilets and 6 washrooms because I staggered the schedule like that, and you can fit 24 people on a 3-toilet rotation. Once you get to 48 people, you really do need the other 3 toilets, but you can legitimately run 24 dupes on 3 toilets and 3 sinks with no problems, as long as you stagger their schedules by an hour and give them 3 recreation. I know it sounds insane, but with the way we have the schedule set up, there's literally never a time when more than 3 dupes are on their recreation, and their recreation is where they use the restroom. It's not like RimWorld where they have to have recreation all the time. I think it helps a lot more on the harder playthroughs. But, you know, I digress, often and shamelessly. What else can we queue up for these fuckers? You know, we've got a lot of CO2 down here anyway, so we might as well start getting at all this, like, juicy free food in here. We'll go there. Yeah, this is my usual MO, is to, once I get a few things sorted, it's dig to the cracks. That's like the game. That'll knock that out. Do I give a shit? It becomes the question. Not at all. And then this is gonna have to go boop, boop over here, so we can get that and that. Dig up to here. We are some dupes and we're digging some holes. Is that from the dwarf diggy diggy hole thing? Does everybody have a hat? You betcha. I had no idea what that was, and somebody showed me, and I was just laughing myself stupid. You smelled flowers, and you got that thing. So, one of the reasons I don't get dupes with allergies is I tend to go into Bristle Blossom, or even into, or even set up like Bliss Burst, or not Bliss, Buddy Bud. Whatever the one that gives nice fragrant flower smells. The fragrant flower smells will help the colony as far as having even more morale. I like the idea of having our dupes be able to just all be good at everything. Everybody can build, everybody can do operating, everybody can haul, everybody can everything, you know, but it takes a bit to get to that point as far as morale is concerned. Right now, Jesus, my ear just went to a completely high-pitched tone. Yeah, playing metal my whole life really did a number on my hearing. Wow. I have essentially an airborne allergy to onions and green peppers. Oof. I love onions and green peppers. See, I'm like a super weirdo. I like putting onions and green peppers on my tacos. Which maybe I'll do. Maybe I'll freaking make a batch of tacos and eat that for the next few days. Ground beef, taco seasoning, type of thing. I can't even be in the same room as them. Oof. All right. Well, we definitely won't have taco night if we ever hang out, Aya. That'll be a no-go. You're gonna do stupid shit. You're gonna do stupid shit. Let's not have you do that. God, I need our guy. I need our green thumbs to get into his critter ranching. Potlucks are a bring your own food or starve for me. Ah, gotcha. I'm gonna have to dig that first, because then the sand will fall, and then they won't be able to get to it from up here. We are getting... Okay. We're finishing out our carbon skimmer. I very well might sidestep to get the auto droppers just so we can start sweeping the place up out of the area that the what are they called? The ranches. Excuse me. We have to read every label, especially if the package changes. Ooh, I'm sorry about that. That sounds tedious. Why are you so dumb? Why are you so dumb? Dig yourself out first, please. Dig to the cracks. Use all of the naturally occurring food. That is my preferred way of approaching these games. This game. Now, I guess in theory we could set up for 8 dupes, you know, just so that we can get a few things sorted as far as going this way. There's a crack there, so we can build a regular tile there to grab that. We can dig all this out. We can dig Shit, we're gonna dig all the way over to there is what we're gonna do. Is it the smartest thing in the world to dig out all of our biome that's green? Not necessarily, but we've got our crops going at our core in theory. We haven't even put them down yet because we keep finding a grocery challenge. Get spaghetti sauce or salad dressing without onions. Oof. Yeah, so when I do my tacos, because I was just talking about tacos, what I like to do is I make the double-decker tacos way better than Taco Bell ever did, but I think they did discontinue the double-deckers from Taco Bell. So I get hey Barb, what's up? How's everything going? So I like to get the soft shells, smear some refried beans on there, put the hard shell down, you know, sandwich it in there. Then we throw in our taco meat. I do ground beef with the taco seasoning, maybe throw a little extra garlic in there because the Italian in me. And bam. Then we're going to throw on sour cream, onions, green peppers, and a fuck ton of cheese. And if I get really crazy, if I were to get really crazy, and maybe I'll do this tonight. I've never done it before, but I'm thinking maybe I might actually bake the tacos. I'm right there with you. I can't eat yeast, dairy, peanuts, or gluten. Oof. I am sorry you guys got to go through that. I can't drink coffee. No, I'm just playing. I can drink coffee when I do it the right way. When I drink coffee on an empty stomach and try and go all day, it annihilates me. But if I eat in the morning, it's not nearly as bad. It's not bad at all, actually. Like, my favorite thing is coffee and either Danish or muffins or, you know, croissants, something like that with a cup of coffee is awesome. And that helps. It doesn't, that way the coffee doesn't immediately annihilate me. But I have to go beyond that if I don't want it to fuck me up. Like this morning, after I did that, I waited a little while, and then I went and grabbed myself some hummus and pita, something a little bit more substantial. And this is my second cup of coffee. Well, 2.5, I suppose. I guess we're on about 2, and the rest makes that half of the 2.5. And I feel fine. But if I hadn't had that hummus and pita in addition to the muffin I had this morning, I'd probably be hurting pretty bad right now. All right, one more block over here, and we can kind of X all that out. I spend so much time with you guys that when I hear taco, I think of Producer Moo before I think of the food. Aw! Yeah, I do. I've done that several times. Producer Moo's other half is the Mighty Pink Taco, and we've all been friends for a very long time. I want to get those cracks, but they're a little close to the water for right now. And this is usually how I play. Get the essentials up, and then start digging towards the cracks to prolong the amount of time we can go without having to bring on a full-time cook, which we need. We need a full-time cook. We're getting to that point where once we start ranching, we're going to have a lot of extra stuff, and that does bring us to the point where we're going to need some sort of evolution chamber, but we can't do an evolution chamber until we have automation. I'm oversensitive to tannins, so my coffee has to be super sweet sludge for me to ingest it. Ah. There's some really good coffee out there. I would love to be in a position at one point in my life where I can go out and get really badass coffee. You know, because there's coffees that are less acidic. Like, basically people have had a love affair with coffee so long that whatever kind of coffee you can imagine, like, oh man, I wish coffee had more of this or less of that. Somebody did it. It's already been done. So. Huh. Oh, you know what we could do? We can start moving the eggs. Let me not fuck up my posture while I do this. Okay. I am going to want to get into Draco farming reasonably quickly. So, my thought process with Draco farming is as soon as we can break out of Abyssalite, I found a decent one I get online that only needs half mocha and some flavored creamer for ingestion, but it has to be light roast currently. Oh, okay. I gotcha, I gotcha. Ooh! Magma channel. Okay, that's going to have to get bled off. So what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to airlock in somewhere under here, cut all this up, and make a steam chamber to delete the heat, which will provide us with decent power. We're going to have to get to plastic first. I'm generally a person that likes to get Drecos going, which is what I was just about to get into, was like, man, I'd like to get the Dreco farms up and running ASAP. We could theoretically kind of tuck in the Dreco farms over here like I was talking about. If we can go up and come over, this Abyssalite will trap in the heat to keep the bomb lily going. You know, we could shave it down accordingly. But the reason I stopped when I saw the magma channel is I kind of would like to just slap a steam turbine in over here soon, and not soon, but as soon as we can, slap a steam turbine in there and just use that for a little bit of power. Also, we got a deal over here. Hey, come here, real quick, you. Okay. Oh, and Aya, if you feel like it, you could totally share the link to that coffee. I'm sure there's some other people in our community that would be interested in finding a coffee that's less aggressive for their stomachs. I know I'd be down to check it out if it's reasonably priced. I'm a little ADHD. I was going to say lazy, but I'm a little ADHD in the way that I deal with things, so there's a good chance I won't even think about ordering it if I can go and get it at the store next door. But if it's there, there's a way better chance. I'm definitely not going to go hunting it on my own, for sure. Okay, we can do that. Let's just make sure we don't accidentally mess up our nature reserve. Excellent. In fact, we could do that just so I don't accidentally trap a dupe. There's a lot of CO2. There's a lot of CO2. Carbon skimmer's almost researched, but we need a water sieve for that. Let's talk turkey about where we're going to slap in some sort of filtration system. They don't sell to stores? Gotcha, gotcha. So like I was saying, I'd kind of like to leave this space reasonably undeveloped because I want to set up a petroleum boiler here. Maybe when we put the bathrooms in, we'll actually drop them down here when we have a little bit more control. You know, put a more oxygen generation down here, drop the bathrooms in down here, freeing up this space over here, because this would be plenty of space for a proper petroleum boiler setup. But then we do have to get out. Yeah, so maybe putting the Dreco ranches over here isn't the best idea. I'm trying to make use of the naturally occurring stuff. Like, we've got chlorine and hydrogen in here. If we can come through the top and shape this area a little bit without releasing the hydrogen and chlorine into the main base, we can make good use of it. This is just a weird situation, being that we're this close to space on this map, because with whatever geyser this is, I'm assuming it's a volcano, but I'm probably wrong. If this isn't a volcano, we can alter our plans. Like, if this is the carbon dioxide geyser, we're probably just going to brick this sucker up for the foreseeable future, and then we can do whatever the fuck we want over here. So we really do need a couple of level ups across the board. You are into field research. Excellent. Yeah, we're pushing you into digging for the moment. That gets us access to a few things. Insulation for the top. I'm not too worried about the top side because we've got a very cold space biome up on top here. This cold is going to kind of like even this temperature out in here. I actually had to wall out the cold on my sustainability challenge playthrough because I was trying to keep Bomb Lily going at a right temperature, and Bomb Lily requires it to be pretty warm, which is another thing we could theoretically use this magma for. If we decided to put Dreco ranches over here, we could set up some sort of thermal injector thing over here so that we could actually heat up the Dreco ranches with the magma, but I think that's going to be overkill. That's like, you know, using a flamethrower on a campfire, which is a lot of fun, but, you know, not an absolutely essential thing to get the fire going, so to speak. Alright, so we need super duper hard digging. Now, like I said, if you guys look at this map, like, space is here. We're hitting the oil biome here, so core is probably somewhere around here. We already see the edge of the map on this side. We're getting close to seeing it on this side. This is not a lot of digging. We have a person that's not even set up to be a full-time digger. They're our builder, but we put them into digging just for the time being. We're going to core this entire map out in the first... I'm going to say within 5 play sessions, there will be almost no natural tiles left except for the ones that we left on purpose. Today being play session 1, Thursday being play session 2, and then we'll go into next week. There might be a point where I decide to flip-flop Ani and RimWorld and do Ani Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and RimWorld on Tuesday, Thursday, depending on how this week goes and what other stuff we wind up doing. While I was on my restroom break, I think I've decided that I'm going to find a way to afford Hellblade. I might even put the money into it before I know how I'm going to get the money, just so that I'm forced to get the money for other things. I've got stuff I've been trying to sell. I just got to be more on top of that shit. And what I think is 2 weeks from now, whether we're still doing Myst 4 or not. Evil Seedy, thank you for the following. Much appreciated. You're very welcome here. We're a fun little group. I don't know if you've been lurking for a while or just popped in, but welcome, welcome. We're taking a slow and steady, cozy approach to this playthrough if you haven't been here and been listening to my nonsensical ramblings. But going back to what I was just saying, I think Hellblade 2, since it comes out in 2 weeks, the following Saturday, so I believe it does come out on a Tuesday, so exactly 2 weeks from now. So 2 weeks and 4 days from now, I think we're going to be doing our playthrough of Hellblade 2. If the game proves to be longer than a single day, I might add a bonus stream on that Sunday, do like a whole 2-day extravaganza. If it winds up being longer than that, we could spread it out over a couple of weekend sessions. And then we'll go back to Myst after that. We're going to try and do Myst again this Saturday. And I say try because, like I was mentioning earlier, that game has been kicking my ass. Okay, so I'd kind of like to leave these things wild, if at all possible, but our temperature is a little low. Myst 4 is, yeah, it's been rough. 3 was such a sweet spot. I felt like 3 was the perfect difficulty level for me. I did spend a lot of time just being like, what the fuck do I do? What does it mean? But there was always that little gear turning. There was never a moment where I was just straight, zero ideas, hopeless feeling at all. It was just okay, so this is the kind of puzzle it is. What are the details of it? Solving that Amateria puzzle with the counterbalance felt so good. And you guys were really wonderful about that. A few people were like, do you want a hint? And I'm like, not yet. And it took me just long enough. If it had taken me another hour or two longer, I probably would have been like, fuck it, guys. How do I do this? It's impossible. But it took just the right amount of time. It was the right blend of frustration and accomplishment. And then I felt exactly the same way about the language puzzle in the last area on was it were we on the Narayan Age when we were with what's his face? Because I know we had to take the ship over to the official Narayan location, which we didn't go with him. Yeah, okay, cool. Oh, Green Thumbs is so close to ranching. I forgot what we were researching. You know what? I kind of do want to go into auto droppers. Where is that? That's up here. No nether. No nether. Just... Alright, so we finished that. So then it's down to... water sieve and toilets. Oh my god, I don't know how I zoomed out that far. Missed 1 to 3 feel like they physically prototyped it better, like the puzzles seem tactile. Yeah, I could agree with that. I don't know, 3 was... Missed 1, the problem for me was that I had played it when I was younger, so there was part of me that really couldn't tell whether it was difficult or not difficult, because it was one of those things... Jesus, we have so many hatches already. Morning, afternoon, night. Hey, PB. Welcome back in. A lot of conversation about games, life, fun stuff, meaningful stuff, and me getting the basic core of a base up. We've got a barracks, great hall, we've got a station for a cook that we haven't hired yet, we've got a latrine, we've got a ranch built, we're about to have a rancher going, we've got our laboratory up so our researcher is cooking through. We did some gradual project work down here so that we could extend down and get down the natural food that's occurring down here. Not a lot. We've been talking about the schedule for stream and what we're playing and stuff like that. That's kind of what I was talking about. You know what we're going to do is we're going to put 2 more of these in. Because this is theoretically enough mealwood to support 3 dupes, but with the wild food and the ranching, we probably don't need a full another 5. But we'll make those that so I don't have to do it later and break the ranch. Sorry that I just appear and disappear, but I do work while I listen to the stream. Of course! Of course, everybody's got their own thing going on. I don't expect anybody to be here every minute of every stream. There's no obligation when it comes to my streams. I love having people here. It always makes me happy to have a lot of people here, but I am not the type of person who's going to be like... I don't even know what I was going to... I don't even know. I'm just making noises now like a freaking Itakeen. The Wookiees from RimWorld. Okay, so our team's got a good amount of stuff going. We've got a 4th dupe. 3 dupes are open for naming. If anybody wants to name a dupe, there's a point redemption for name a colonist. It's name a colonist because there are colonists in RimWorld as well. I totally have streams running while I work. Lets me research and work at the same time. Yeah, a couple of people mentioned that my streams, well, at least my good streams, are very much like listening to a podcast. I keep my mouth running. We talk about a variety of subjects. I go in and out of different things according to what people are, interested in talking about and hearing and bring to the table. Raw mineral. Let's go with sandstone. And sedimentary. We don't have a lot of sedimentary, so we're going to have to feed our people sandstone for our hatches. Hatchling. Sandstone and sedimentary. Copy settings, boop that. These are going to be put at a 6. Because we'll get an auto sweeper in there pretty quick. Okay. Yeah, I think a lot of people watch while they work. I know Zed is often working while I'm streaming and pops in the background. Your voice is calming and you are just a good person to listen to speak, in my opinion. Thank you, PB. It means a lot to me. I appreciate it. I try my best. I get down on myself quite often. The traumas of our childhood. I get that feeling like nothing I do is ever good enough. And I know that that's not true, but, you know, like I said, the traumas of childhood can totally mess you up. So I do my very best. Working and lurking. Love you, Zed. You're the man, man. Guys, Zed is the one that came up with the 100 cycle sustainability challenge that we did. And if you guys haven't seen it, I uploaded the VODs as well as a time-lapse of what happened when I took the hands off the keyboard. The idea of the challenge is, and was, and will be again, you totally surprised what you think isn't interesting but viewers love. Yeah, absolutely. So I uploaded that challenge to YouTube. We'll be doing it again, because I didn't beat it. Like, if I had actually done the math for myself, instead of just trying to loosely remember what somebody else told me and misremembering it, that colony would have been fully sustainable. Basically, if I had 5 Draco ranches going instead of 2, which was totally doable in the time we had, our people would have been living on barbecue, having a luxurious time, rather than dying. But 497 cycles, I think, was what we got to. Anyway, I'm going backwards. The idea is that you have 100 cycles to set up a base that is fully sustainable forever. Oxygen, food, temperature, everything is, you know, hands off. The hands off 100 cycle sustainability challenge, or the Nether Zed, as Zed likes to call it. And so my contribution was minimal. Zed came up with everything. I think I inspired him a little bit by when I said RimWorld is a lot easier to get a sustainable colony than oxygen not included, but Ani, but in RimWorld you have to deal with all the raids, and he was like, well, could you do it? Like, what would it take to have a sustainable colony on Ani? And I was like, oh, that's interesting. And so he proposed the idea of doing the 100 cycle challenge, and then a day or two later we were talking like we should probably have a minimum number of colonists if we're actually going to do it. And so we settled on 8 colonists because it seems like a reasonable thing. Your standard issue barracks like this will fit exactly 8 colonists. If we made this any bigger, we'd have to bring the ceiling down. This is exactly as large as a barracks could be. With this, you could put in paintings above and like make the barracks really nice. And so 8 colonists within 100 cycles. At 100 cycles, you have to take your hands off the keyboard and see how long it runs. When we ran out of dirt in that one, that's when everything started to go to shit, because can't eat mealwood forever. I did some YouTube recordings of Myst 3 ages ago and got a lot of positive feedback on me reading the journals aloud that I thought folks would skip. Ooh, yeah. When I was doing the original one and 2, a few of our members were like, oh, I love listening to Nether read that. I'm like, okay, cool. Me, I'm over here like, can we be done reading? Okay, so walking contradiction Lyra over here loves ranching but is bad at it. I don't know how you have critter aversion and a plus to husbandry. That just like, how could you possibly be good? I mean, I guess if you're like born into a rancher-farmer situation and you're forced to deal with it, but you hate animals because you've been forced to deal with them your whole life. I love animals. I don't think I could actually do ranching. It's the poop. I can't deal with the poop. I'm not a fan of bottomless stomach. I'd rather not have to deal with the extra calories. I think we just take the muckroot. Muckroot or algae? You know what? Let's take the algae. I think we can handle calories pretty solid. Our calories are positive just from digging. We haven't even begun to farm, cook, or ranch yet, and our calories are positive, and we're loaded with freaking hatches. So we've got 748 kilos of algae. This is going to be more than doubling it, so we'll have over a ton. Let's take the algae. I'm good with that idea. Oh, and guys, don't ever feel bad if you guys want to pull me back onto a thought thread. I tend to meander around in my conversation and get lost, and then I'll be like an hour later, be like, oh, right, I was going to tell you guys about XYZ, but I went off and talked about whatever. I was trying to think of another 3-letter string of the alphabet. Should have said ABZ, and then I go off on XYZ, but, you know, now I'm talking about letters of the alphabet. Okay, so... Huh. More hatches. More hatches. What are we researching? Plumbing! And we got plumbing done, didn't we? Carbon skimmer and doors. I'm gonna start placing this stuff. Now, where do we want to go with the carbon skimmer? I'm thinking legit, like, right here. Like, why the fuck not, right? Just right at the bottom. I always forget where the inputs and outputs are. Alright, I want to flip that. Let's flip that bad boy. Let's flip that like that. And let's start running our piping, right? Fuck it. How far up are we going to run piping? You know what? Let's run it to here for now. Is that how I want that? Yeah, it's just going to have to be how it is. Yeah, you know what? Let's go to there, and the return will be here. We're going to move our bathrooms down here when we get into plumbed toilets. Ooh, Skull Cavern! Good luck, Julie. You know, even though I didn't fall in love with Stardew Valley when we played it together, I really enjoyed the experience. I've said it before, I'd often prefer to play a game that is not my preferred game, but play it with good friends. So that was a really, really great experience. Julie and I co-streamed a year of Stardew Valley. We did a season per day and streamed on Fridays together. Like I said, really good experience. I just can't get into the game as a long-term thing. I know a lot of people in the community play it. And like I said, it was a good time for what it was. I just, I need a... I know I was just talking today about how I need more low-stress things in my life, but I need a degree of stress in a game. I like things to be just a little bit difficult. Like, Ani at this point on regular survival on a casual playthrough like this isn't super difficult. God, I want to... I really hate loud stuff. I feel bad because the people watching back the VODs have probably heard me say that 1,000 times. I mean, people in the stream too, but like... I used to have an office across the hall. I used to rent 2 rooms here instead of just 1 room. I dropped the second room because I got sick, and financially it was just an unreasonable thing to try and support. But it is much louder on this side. I would have kept the other side, but that room is the smallest room in the house, and I needed room for my streaming setup and my bed and my cat. And the master bedroom here has the private bathroom, which is important to me. I really not a fan of sharing a bathroom. Okay. We're going to have to do something with this water. We're going to have to do something with that water. Is that going to be... We're going to probably end up having to make this a water tank, right? Yeah, so... What did we just get? Gas filter. Pump is a good thing. Skull Cavern is oof. Luck be with you. Yeah. I love how everybody here knows all the games. We're going to slap this bad boy in here. And we're going to start plumbing. Right, we're going to get over to there. What we're going to do is... That's our up, right? On the right side. Four, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Right. We're going to need tiles, at least over to there. See, and this is the thing that you can do once you've played this game. Like, I'm anticipating what we're gonna be doing here, right? So we'll bridge onto that system. And the reason I said we got to get rid of this water is we're gonna need to set up a water sieve situation over here. Water sieve over there. And I want to do a double clean water overflow. We don't have Thimbleweed on Desolands, so we're going to overflow into Bristle Blossoms instead of Thimbleweed. The 1.6 editions have added a whole level to the game to incentivize leveling up. It's wild. Really? Maybe I'll have to revisit it. I wouldn't necessarily be opposed to revisiting it. As much as I hated the fishing in the beginning, I really started to enjoy the fishing. I was Julie's minion for a little while. Since I didn't have experience with the game or know what the hell I was even trying to accomplish, Julie was like, what do you want to do? I'm like, I have no idea. I am minion. You tell me what to do, I do. So, alright, let's bring this guy down here as well. You have more control. Yeah. It's like the same thing. Like I was just talking about how we don't even have plumbed toilets researched yet, but I'm building out the bathroom with the plumbing because I know where the inputs and outputs are, the spacing, all that stuff. So like at a certain point in experience with games, you can plan to do things. So I'm planning to get this bathroom up. You know, we're researching into water sieves now, and then we're going to grab toilets, and then we're going to go into automation to get our stuff going. But, ooh, ranching. Oh, good job, Green Thumbs. So we need to drop off hatches over here. Hatches and hatchlings. We want a maximum of 7 critters until we can get automation. We can move 8. Wrangling-wise... Okay, now hopefully our rancher... See, this is where we got to go back into priorities, though. Now your ranching is as important as the farming, and your tidying gets knocked down. Yeah. We might even we're gonna wind up customizing that more. I'm a big fan of doing priorities correctly in these games. My other boy, yeah. Green Thumbs is on it. And again, we're at 22,000 calories. We've been going up because we're digging out all the free food on the map and making use of all of the wild planted stuff. Alright, let's bump this up to a 6. Let's get them dropped off, guys. You're going to tie all of them up, but you're not going to go drop them off? Okay, let's go with a 9 here. Now, just so you guys get where I'm going with all this, this entire base is going to be temporary. Since this is more of a long-term cozy playthrough, I'm going to want to make this so that our dupes are super fucking happy. So everybody is going to get private bedrooms eventually. What we're most likely going to end up doing is using this core to get our infrastructure set up, get our plastic going, get everything like to a nice point. And we'll wind up picking a side, left or right, depending on what the exploration does. And, like, let's say we do it on the left, we'll put bedrooms in right up against the neutronium. We'll give a couple of slots of space to run wires and stuff like that. And so our bedrooms will be right up against there, and they'll probably come close to being, like, right out to this ladder system. Private bedrooms, we're going to need a 6x4 space for each of them with doors in between. So for 4 or 5. Yeah, it's going to be a thing. We're going to have a substantial amount of space, and we're going to need to fit it in between all of the geysers and stuff. But realistically, like up against one of these walls on one of these sides, this initial look, it's looking like it's on the left because we've got something with neutronium here. Got this guy up here, got a magma channel over here. So the realistic plan is that over here we're going to stick in private bedrooms. Then we'll be able to deconstruct the barracks, reclaim this area. Probably means that eventually our nature, once we get pips, we can decide where our nature reserve is. Until then, this has to be our nature reserve right here, which is fine because they come out of the barracks and they go right into the nature reserve. Bing, bang, boom. We could also move this up. In fact, I might do that. You know what? I talked myself into it. What we're going to do, we're going to put a door there instead of right here, right? Because this is not... We're at 51, maximum is 120. So, yeah, we can knock this door out, leave this one open, and then it's going to be a little easier for them to get up and down. I like that idea. I like that a lot, actually. All right, now let's also talk turkey about how we're going to move this water. Now, there'll be a bunch of useless space if we shove this over, but if we don't shove it over, then it's just going to be this wide, flat tank. What I'm thinking... Okay, let me think here. I mean, that could be... We could wind up moving our storage system over here while we put our... So it's like next to our primary tank. That might be a good way to do things. That way this space could be used for something else, but I don't know what it's going to be used for until we get to a certain point. I love that there's this juicy pocket of iron over here. Like, we don't have to go through chlorine to get to it. We can kind of just dig through here once we get stuff and just hoover up all that iron. That'd be fantastic. Okay, I think I have a plan. Alright, let's just plan on digging this whole deal out right here, right? And then what I'd like to do is continue forcing this water over one at a time, and then right about here... So let me think here. So if we left 2 spaces, then we had that, and then we left another 2 spaces. Like, that could be our storage instead of over here. I know I just built this, but, you know, that's the thing about Ani. You figure out things as you go. So if we do that here, then we could use this space for storage and then have this be our tank. So we're going to push the water over, probably bring up this to about here. And then we're going to come over to this side, and we're going to bring this over, like, we'll push this over same way to about here. We're gonna cheese it with airflow tiles, I think. So, like, in order to make this reasonable, we're gonna stick airflow tiles there, and we're gonna start building them in down here. And we'll start doing the same thing we were doing, but over here. We're gonna push that over. Actually, we'll do that first. Do that first. How are our people going to get there? Very simply, we're going to do the hopscotch ladder. Okay. We're doing it, guys. This feels really good. I can't tell you guys enough how much this feels good. To be able to just play slow and chill. The word cozy's been thrown around a lot, but I think it's the absolute perfect word for this. I don't feel stressed out. I don't feel like I'm up against a timer or I'm waiting for a raid to kill me. I'm not saying that I don't like the difficult challenges, because obviously I do. I've been taking them on a lot, but I've neglected the chill. And this feels really good to be able to hang out, talk to you guys, think long-term plans, just really kind of take the time. And it's been good to do this today. I feel more complete as a creator. Some stress is good to overcome, but too much is yeah. I've been pushing the stress a little too hard. I've been really like, I like the idea of being good at games, but I think at this point, one of the reasons I stopped playing so much stuff like League of Legends and stuff is I wanted more chill stuff, which is where I switched over to doing mostly Minecraft. This is many years ago at this point. Back to when I first started streaming before I got sick. I started streaming, I want to say maybe 6 months before COVID started, maybe a little less. And right around when COVID started is also when I started getting sick. So I had this good situation with streaming where I started out like actually, in the right place at the right time. Like, hey, everybody's going into lockdown. People need entertainment. This is a great time to start being a streamer. Problem was that I got so sick that I couldn't do it. And then I kept trying to start up and then falling off and starting up and falling off. But when I did that, I was exclusively a Minecraft streamer. That was my jam. And I had waited a long time to get into Minecraft. Everybody else had been into it many years before me. We're going to hold off on digging that out. We'll let them do the other projects first. I was in the final year of my Bachelor of Game Design when lockdown hit. Ooh. I gotta think about how I want to do pipe priorities over here. I've already got 5 of 7 creatures in there, and I swear there are probably some more just kicking around somewhere over here. This is not a room, so let's get that crack. Get that crack. Oh, there's muckroot over here, so yeah, actually, let's dig out that bit. Continue the water push. Priority 6 this area. Still graduated, but a lot of networking events understandably didn't happen. Yeah. And networking is such an important part of the college experience. I have my freshman year in college as my senior year in high school. They overlapped, and everybody's like, "Oh, you're getting ahead," and I'm like, "No. I'm not going to college. I'm playing in bands. I'm in college now because I have to go to 3 half days of school instead of 5 full days of school, so I can do whatever the fuck I want." Like, I literally did it so that I can minimize the amount of work and time I had to spend in school and put my energy into the interest that I actually cared about. Good idea, bad idea, who knows? It is what it is, and I'm here because of the choices I made. Some of them good, some of them bad, some of them whatever. And I already forgot where I was going with this because I've gone on 5 tangents in the last 3 seconds. Focus, Nether, focus. I get that. School isn't for... Oh, yeah. What I was getting into and what I learned watching my sister go to college and friends and stuff like that, the thing that college does for you is it immerses you in the world. Like, my sister went to art college. If you skip art college and go right into work, you're working 8 hours a day. If you go to art college, you're doing art 8 hours a day and then doing art in your off time because you love doing art. So now you're doing art anywhere from 8 to 12 hours a day you're doing art. So you're immersing yourself in what you're trying to learn, which is going to dramatically increase. Plus you've got the lessons teaching you things you didn't know. Theoretically, there's a lot of people who go into things like art school and the first year or two is just like, I know this, I know this, I know this. So sometimes you got to get through that first year of grinding the basic classes in order to get to a point where you're learning new stuff. But even before that happens, you have the opportunity to spend your entire time doing the thing that you're going to school for. And I think that's important. And then I think the other important thing, besides the education, is the networking, like you're talking about, Aya. You're in school, whether it's art or games or whatever the case may be, with people who are all going into the same field. So knowing each other, helping each other find jobs, helping each other learn about the best ways to approach things is a very important aspect of the college experience. 9 p.m., floor 89, 2 prismatic shards, 108 iridium ore. Not bad. Nice! That is, I don't know much, but floor 80, like, how far did we get? I don't even think we got to floor 60. And I know the prismatic shards are good, and the iridium is fucking juicy. 16,000 calories, 4 people, 4, 8, 16. Do you think we start planting? I think we got to start planting. It's actually probably too much. I'm going to cancel those last two. Much harder with multiplayer. Ooh. It would be more targets. The game doesn't pause when you open. Yes, yes. That was one of the issues that Linus mentioned. Linus likes Stardew, but hates playing multiplayer. He suggested a mod. I forget what it's called, but the mod basically makes it so that whenever either player or any player goes into an inventory, it cuts the time speed in half. So it's not like a full pause, but it kind of like makes up for the fact. Like, you can get more done because there's multiple people, but you can still take your time a little bit in menus. So feel free to add him and ask him what the name is in the community. And if he doesn't answer because he's not always on, I'll hit him up directly. But yeah, there's a multiplayer mod that whenever anybody's in a menu, the time cycle gets cut in half. So it has settings for like how many in menus equals pause or if host on. Oh, cool. Yeah, I would imagine if you had like 4 people in a game, having it pause anytime anybody went into a menu might get a little frustrating in the other direction, right? Okay, Green Thumbs is asleep. That's why none of the plants are getting planted. And he's on it, grabbing the mealwood seed right at the foot of their bed. Well played, Green Thumbs. Can be, so there is an option to let machines run while paused. Doesn't hurt that I have the slime charmer ring. Slime charmer ring. I don't remember that one. I don't remember anything about anything. Thanks to television, I can't remember what happened 8 minutes ago. No, really, I can't. It's a real problem. It's one of my favorite Simpsons lines ever. Are we researching stuff? Oh, we are almost there with the water sieve. Okay, so this water drop's got to get done ASAP. I think what we're going to do is we're going to cancel everything over here for now. Same thing over here. We need to focus our attention. Aww. Yodeling. Oh, Green Thumbs, you're adorable. Alright, that's the water sieve. We need to get that in place. Let me think about this. You're singy boy. Yeah, absolutely. I want the water sieve to be up here, but we need a little bit of space in front of it. I am going to ignore the concept of composters because I really don't care. Alright, that shouldn't push through. So what we need over here is a box for sand and a sweeper to put the sand in there. So that should be good, in theory. And then we need overflow into a bristle blossom. That becomes where we get a little tight in here. Okay. Let me think about this, right? Alright, we're going to leave this paused because I might actually end up flipping that. But let's think about how we do this, right? So that pipe would come in there. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Now we want it to... the clean water needs to prioritize the toilets and sinks. And then prioritize the carbon skimmer and then go to an overflow system, right? So where is that overflow system going to be? Theoretically, I'd like to put it here. So what we would do is come down here, put that in, right? And then... trying to find a way to run all of this inside of the tiles, right? Maybe we shorten the top. No. Okay. All right, let's say we're putting that there. Right? Then we can overflow like that into our clean area, meaning that can get deleted, right? So then toilets first, then the carbon skimmer. Actually, this might flow more nicely if we shift it back one to here and put like that there. Then we grab the liquid bridge, go like that, snag the pipe again, go here, right? And so that goes there like that, and then this would overflow down to 2 bristle blossoms. We'll do that like that for now. And we're going to run the power wire not inside the floor because we're eventually going to switch to conductive wire. So that's going to go there. We're going to snip that for the time being. Okay. The old beard stroke is going to happen quite free. No, I got to level 100 and passed out before I could grab the treasure chest. Oh, I'm sorry, Julie. I mean, you got to level 100. I mean, that's pretty awesome. I'm going to find a different way to do bathrooms at one point. I don't know what it is, but there's part of me that wants to experiment with that. We're going to let them build all of that. Then we need a storage box over here. I was moving too fast and couldn't quite click on the chest in time. Oh well. Yeah, I mean, you know, there'll be plenty more runs, right? Projects galore. I'm going to put those there so I know what I'm doing. These are going to get deleted. Alright, everybody cross their fingers that when we get to the next printable, we got a cook coming at us. Probably should have gone that... I don't know. No, I'm very happy we picked a rancher. Never mind. I'm very happy we picked a rancher farmer. We've got our ranch going already, which is good. I don't think we're going to go any more than... what do you call... a single hatch ranch. That should be plenty of coal to supply our needs. We're not going to be living on coal power for very long. I would like to theoretically get a petroleum boiler up by cycle 100 if possible. That'll make sure that we have all of our power needs and a lot of other things sorted. It'll mean that we'll wind up doing an industrial sauna, but we'll probably start with a more traditional, like, not cold, but cool brick type of situation. I think what I might do to make work down here a little easier, I think we're going to do that. Base is coming along nicely. I keep telling myself that one day I'm going to do a tutorial series on Oxygen Not Included. What I'd like to do is kind of like a series where we start on episode 0, make the oxygen included. I'd like to start on episode 0, in theory, for a beginner's guide, and talk about all of the things you can, all the different ways you can set the menus up, survival versus relax versus turning the sliders up, how all that works, talk about the story traits, how to select a planet, how to select dupes, etc., and then go over all of the interfaces and overlays. That would be episode 0, and then episode 1 would probably be cycles 1 to 25, and episode 2 would be like cycles 26 through 50, and that's probably where this, it would be like a 3-episode series maybe. And I've been talking about doing this for a long time. At pretty much every stream I do of Ani, I talk about it. Tutorials do really well on YouTube, and I like them when they're finished, but making them is just, there's not zero, but there's very little dopamine in the process of making a tutorial video. I can make a gameplay series a lot easier, and I prefer doing VODs and cutting clips and stuff like that. But like I was talking about earlier, it's a dialogue with the community and the people that are consuming your content. So at a certain point, I've got to push myself into doing stuff like tutorials for the sake of growing my channel and growing the community. So I might try to start pushing myself into that now that we're getting back in the flow. I do have the fear and concern. I was talking about earlier how I'm pretty much guaranteed to need to go in for another surgery. I'm a little concerned that when I do, I'm going to backslide a little bit more than I would like to as far as progress with streaming. Okay, what do we got? Irritable bowel, unempathetic, allergies. I hate all of you. I'd rather struggle and not have a cook for a little while. Anybody can cook at the micro musher, right? So in theory, we can get that going. I think I might try to run power up here as well. We're not going to connect it yet, but we might as well get the wire going up there. Our outhouses are working well. It took me a long time to get used to how to prioritize both the dupes and the buildings themselves to make sure that those outhouses got sorted. Surgery is rough. Maybe if you could record the tutorials beforehand without pushing yourself too much for a buffer. Yeah, that's actually one of the things I'm trying to do in general, Aya, is to buffer my content. I've got over 50 videos scheduled to release on YouTube right now, going out some of it all the way through July. And I'm trying to get in a flow of doing that consistently. Monday and Saturday I released RimWorld VODs. Wednesday has been the Oxygen Not Included VODs. Tuesday and Thursday is Magic games in their full, they're going to be anywhere from 1.5 minutes to like 5 minutes. Basically cut the game down so it has good pace, no reading and thinking necessary. And then Sunday is Magic shorts, and Friday is general shorts, like stream clips, funny stuff, interesting things. So I've literally got releases scheduled every day for a month or two. The Ani stuff, I think there might be a little gap between the 100 cycle playthrough and when the first VOD of this playthrough today will go up, because I will post this playthrough. I think it's a fun thing. I might not post it indefinitely, and I definitely do want to get some more challenge stuff, but the goal is over the next 6 to 9 months to get to the point where my YouTube content is scheduled out at least 3 months in advance, preferably with a release going out every single day. I'm not saying that release has to be fully produced content, but at least have a bunch of VODs going up. Magic content is reasonably easy to create, but I just started putting it out, so I'm not sure if the format I'm doing right now is something that people are interested in. So it's gonna take a while to figure all that out. I see another hatch. There you go, buddy. I see 2 more hatches, 3 more hatches. Let's get you guys situated. We've got 5 of 7 critters. You know what? We'll leave one of them wild. Actually, let's leave a few of them wild. I want to put a place for wild animals in this playthrough. Just a floating block. I might should have left all these guys wild, actually. Yeah, they're basically getting to the point where they're not wild anymore, although the eggs. You know what? Let's move the eggs out of here. We're going to get plenty of eggs from our hatches. Let's keep some of these guys wild. Those eggs will hatch wild. And the ones retain, so we'll have those 2 wild plus the other 3 that I just told it not to grab. If we could drop those on a tile floating in the air somewhere, that would be wonderful. Where would that be? Let's say we put that. They can't walk on ladders, and okay, so let's put a tile right here. Drop off there, and basically we'll drop off any creatures that we can. You know what? These are going to need to move again, so let's just cancel that. You know what? No. Oh, actually, cancel that entirely. Let's move these over here. That at a 6. We're going to make that an all on a 5. Doesn't matter to me. 40 critters, 50 critters, whatever it is. We're going to do a pickup over here at 7. And this is going to be hatchlings. I gotta find those other hatches when they pop up. Ooh. Move that over there as well. There they are. Little buggers are in the latrine. So basically what we'll do is we'll keep a bunch of wild animals over here. I really should have just put one hatch in here and then moved all of them over here for wild sake. Reason being that the wilds will just stay wild. Oh, look at the glitchiness on that. Both of them going at the same time. Do we not have research selected? I do not have research selected. God damn it, am I friggin' dropping the ball. Let's go into automation. Cozy Sky God. Yep. Now we're gonna need another one of those right there, temporarily. And probably another one right there, just for the overflow situation. In fact, let's just board that up for now. We've got a little bit better mix of oxygen down here so that they can breathe a little bit down in the carbon area. Just a little bit of oxygen interspersed with the carbon. It's going to make for a few more breathable pockets for them, easier to get to when they're doing other work. Really, Steve? Yes, Steve. Good job, Steve. So the idea is going to be, we're going to try and get this thing turned into a water tank of sorts. It's going to take a second for me to actually get it shaped good, but we're not going to worry too much about shape. We're putting these here because when we put in the airflow tiles down here and over here, it's going to displace the water, and we don't want it to overflow in the spots we can't handle. Getting this right the first time is requiring us to do a few things. Like I said, a lot of beard stroking going on in early game Ani. And in fact, let's make sure we get them a way to get down there. All right. We're making it. We're making it happen. We're making it happen. Okay. Oh, this feels good. I woke up this morning and I was like, man, I really want to play RimWorld. I know I need a cozy Ani playthrough, but I was like, man, because after playing yesterday, I was like, oh, we're getting there. We're getting there. And right now, I'm kind of like, you know what? I'm real glad we didn't play RimWorld today. It's just been really, really nice to be able to do this. I'm going to bring that up to there as well. And I think we could use another one of those right there. A lot of these blocks are going to be temporary. This is where our storage is going to go, the one that replaces this guy up here. Let's deconstruct that, actually. Okay, now that they got that going... I prefer to have this have a better shape, but for now I think we do this. In fact, let's cancel that. This is probably not going to exist as a full-time tank. We'll either switch to infinite storage or use up most of this water and then transfer to, you know, a whole other situation. Is that a... Do we have dusk caps yet? we do not. Do we have plumbed toilets figured? We do. So we can actually start putting these in. Everything is interdependent, right? Like, I don't want to crack this open and have this water spill out here and cause problems, but I do want to put the 2 overflow bristle blossoms right here. So until we get this ready to gravity dump that, we can't really finish this, which means the toilets are not actually as high a priority. Let's put construction on a 4 on those for now, so they're in place. Yes. We're getting the automation going. Plumbing. We might give our dupes showers this playthrough. I'm not 100% sure. There's a really good chance that all of this is going to be deconstructed and moved long term. Oh, right. I moved that door. You. Open. You. Deconstruct. We'll make moving through there a little bit easier. Okay. It's not a huge morale bonus. Like, you put in showers, it's a +1 morale, right? If they get to shower every day. Plus, you got to give them a little bit of extra time for recreation so they can actually take the time to shower. So you lose a lot of productivity for not so much of a return as far as showers are concerned. I mean, even moving up to a washroom isn't really a huge difference, right? What is a latrine 1 and a washroom is 2 or something like that? I could look it up, but it doesn't matter. The main reason for me to switch over to a washroom versus a latrine is the fact that dupe labor. Nature reserve shower, though? We have a nature reserve already. If I haven't broken it already. No, it's right there. Nature reserve. What, have them shower in the nature reserve, Julie? Is that what you're saying? Have an open shower concept. Stand under the waterfall while you hang out with all of your flora and fauna friends. Sounds pretty cozy. We will probably give our dupes showers. The more... So here's the thing, right? I want to get into space. I want to get into space quickly. I mean, not quickly like, fuck, let's press 3 and freaking slam this out. We're going to take our time. Yep, that's what I always do. Make a shower nature reserve to force them to hang out once a day there. Ooh. Make the dude... Yeah, that's kind of the... Yeah, we're doing the cozy as possible challenge right now. Give them all the good stuff. Make everybody so happy that we could put all of the skills into everybody, regardless of interest. So, what I've been doing with nature reserves is I put them right outside the barrackses or right outside the Great Halls, so that in order for them to actually go anywhere, they have to go through the barracks. Like, if they come out of the barracks from sleeping, they have to go through the nature reserve. But yeah, I kind of like your idea of the shower, because that does kind of force them in there. Interesting. Okay. Alright, we got some things to think about. Thank you, Julie. We're at the wind down time of stream for me. I can usually keep my mouth steady running for about 4 hours. When we hit the 4-hour mark, that's usually when I gotta try and slow down a little bit. Still drinking coffee, which is probably not a great idea at 4 p.m. I find the latter and are awkward, but I was also thinking of putting the nature reserve in the suit dock room. Oh, stretch and hydrate. Thank you. Oh, that was a good pop. Oh, good stuff there. Oh. Okay. Yeah, Julie, I agree with you with the nature reserve and the ladder system being awkward. It's been in my last two playthroughs, this one and the 100 cycle hands off, because that's where the plants fell. So that's been how I've been doing it, but in the long-term playthrough, the one I had like 500 hours in that I was streaming for a long time. I think that's where we met, was on that when I was playing that one. What was I trying to say? Oh, I had 2 great halls because I needed that many great halls for the amount of dupes I had. And outside each great hall, I had a nature reserve with pips in it that eventually became cuddle pips. So in order for them to eat, they would have to walk through the nature reserve and walk past the cuddle pips. So there was cuddling and nature preserve going on pretty much every time they went to go eat food, which made for some really good dupe morale. Research complete. Okay, so we've got basic refinement going, which is probably not going to get on board until next stream, which will be Thursday for this. Tomorrow I'll be playing more RimWorld on the Anomaly 500% Randy random, no kill box, no traps playthrough. Name's not so catchy, but there's a lot of information to get across there. Let's check in on our dupe skills. What do we got? Gosman's going to be leveling up shortly. Green Thumbs is into ranching, so we don't need to worry too much about him. Ren has got to get into super duper hard digging. Yeah. Like I said, it'd be nice to have a dupe that has a side in digging so we could pivot them out of that, but for a map this small, I'm not willing to invest in a full-time digger. Yeah, we're also going to need to get some more power going. Thinking outside the box playthrough. Yes? What box are we thinking outside of? RimWorld. Ah, yes. Outside the box. That's a good one. I've done the 500% no kill box, no traps playthrough before, but they released Anomaly, and it's like, well, we've already done no kill boxes, no traps. Like, it would be a shame to go back to using kill boxes just because there's a DLC out. I've seen people playing it who've also dropped down. Rather than playing it on Losing His Fun or 500% Losing His Fun, they'll drop down to Blood and Dust because there's new content. And I'm over here, I'm just like, you know what? Let's just hit the 500%. Let's make it happen. It's going to take a minute to get those airflows in. What we can do is get rid of this guy here. None of this is necessary anymore. Hey! How you doing? How's your day going, Barb? Is college treating you good? Me and Clary just did a full marathon around the whole college. I'm exhausted. Ooh! That's good, though. Sounds like a good exercise to do. Alright, don't quite need that. We don't have the auto droppers yet. We do have... You know what? I'm going to put one of those there. Yeah, that way we can actually sweep. impossible SDV. I closed the game. What did you do? Oh, you did the most impossible thing. You closed the game. Well played. Oh, hey, Les. How are you doing? Hello, hello. Happy morning or afternoon or whatever it is. Probably afternoon or evening where you're at. How are you doing today? Okay, I do need a pump. Right? We absolutely need a pump. I'm totally, slap that bad boy down there. We're gonna need to get stuff into the line, right? So let's... Worn out from yesterday, but alive. Well, you're in good company. I think a lot of us are worn out in general. I gotta think about it. Or maybe fried rice. Fried rice sounds good. I think I'm gonna do tacos. I think I'm, you know, we talked about tacos earlier, although that's a lot of... It's also that part of me that's like, no, Nether, just eat something fast and then attempt to do a second stream tonight, because you're addicted to video games and you want to stream a lot. Now, the carbon is what the biggest problem is for me at the moment. So I think we just bring this straight up here. There are worse things to be addicted to. Yeah, you know, not to tell a sad story, but I had this roommate. And he had a major addiction to booze and pills. And you know, I'm the type of person, have your fun. If you can have your fun and not have it get in the way of life, you know, I'm not one of those people who's like, this is bad, that's bad. Like, anything can be done if it's done in moderation and you respect it. But he really just couldn't do it in moderation or respect it. And he always used to tell me, he's like, I'd talk about being addicted to video games. He'd be like, dude, it's much better than my addictions. Like, he was self-aware. And I keep using the past tense because he did wind up dying a few years back. It's before I got sick, so a little more than a few years ago now, actually. It's been a while. Partied way too hard on Thanksgiving. He refused to go to doctors, too. Like, doctors told him he needed to get checked out for a bunch of stuff, and he refused to do it, and then he just kept going and kept going. He partied too hard for a couple of days straight, one of those days being Thanksgiving, because, you know, you already party hard, so an excuse to party harder is any time that there's a holiday. And then he went for a long bike ride, not an in-shape guy, and his heart gave out on him. And so, like, you know, when people say, like, video games are a good addiction to have versus the other ones, I think back to Ryan, and I'm like, yeah, it's probably a better addiction. It's hard to do without support. It is a rough disease, yeah. You're tired, Killer? Yeah, Laz was just saying that, too. Are you ready, going hard for the day, or are you taking it easy? Because from being tired, like Laz was talking about. But yeah, I wish I could have helped him. He was just so far down the hole. You know. Thank you for lurking, Julie. Much appreciated. Enjoy your dinner, whatever you decide on. If it's, you know, if you feel like it, share some pictures in the food porn section of the Discord. Love to see what you put together. God, I gotta cook Barb's brownies. I've been talking about doing that for like 6 months now. I just keep telling myself, like, no, I don't need the sugar. I don't need. It's like, dude, you eat Danishes for freaking breakfast. Just make yourself some goddamn brownies. All right, food's coming in. We're at 12,004, 8. 12. It's 3 days. I am leaning a little bit on the wild food. If it starts to slip a little lower, we'll put in a few extra mealwood seeds. Nothing crazy. That is a ranch, right? 96 tile ranch. Good, good. I don't remember. I think it was Julie, but maybe it was somebody else. Someone explained to me that you could put, like, mealwood. You could put your farming stuff in your ranch and it didn't break your ranch. And I'm like, oh my god, that's such a better use of space. Also, ranches don't get broken by industrial machinery. We could slap down a whole bunch of, like, coal generators and shit in here. Wouldn't be a problem either. I'm just trying to, like, farming and ranching, keep it local so our farmer rancher can get at everything within a reasonable space. Almost anything can go in a ranch. Okay, lyric for reals. Yeah. Okay, so there's a lot of stuff I'm thinking about that I've already been talking about, like Dreco ranches and stuff. None of it is really going to come into play until at least Thursday. I'd be happy if today we could get our water consolidated, get our proper plumbed toilets up, and get our carbon skimmer working. I'd love to just save all of our CO2 and feed it to our slicksters later, but there's going to be plenty of CO2 that we're creating. We don't need to hoard our CO2. Sudsy! What's up, Suds? You know what? I can shout Sudsy out now because Sudsy has been doing some streaming lately as well. How you doing, Suds? Shout out to Sudsy277. Sudsy's been streaming a little bit of... is that the right thing? It took it easy most of the day, but kind of picked up towards the last hour or two on stream. Cool, cool. You doing Satisfactory, Foundry, Scum? What's the poison today as far as games for you? Shout at me. Yeah, Suds saw me doing magic and was like, "Oh, I'm gonna do Dominion." Or at least that's how I remember it from a week or two ago. Foundry today with Laz. Nice, nice. Yeah, I took another look at it. Laz, if you're still out there, I sent you a message in Discord. I don't think I'm going to be playing Foundry, so I checked the box that allows you to refund it, so you can click refund. That's a lot of money on a game that I'm most likely not going to play, so I would feel bad keeping it, because I've seen a lot of people playing it and stuff, but I popped into the game again, I looked at some stuff online, and I don't think it's going to be one that that winds up in my game rotation. There's just so many other games I'm trying to play. Something like that, right? I don't know. Yeah, Suds has been streaming Dominion and Ani lately, and he's a wonderful person who's taught me a lot about Ani. When I first started playing Ani, Suds popped in and started teaching me stuff. I totally stole a lot of her bedroom layout and bathroom stuff. If we can get these airflow tiles built, I'd be super friggin' stoked. So we've got enough space now that we can drop that water. Actually, let's priority 7 those and go down to 6 for this. Alright, fingers crossed for a cook. Oh. God, I could go for a good, like, hand massage. I don't know if you guys have ever gotten one of those, but, like a massage for your body, you sure are a person. If you just dig in and, like, work the muscles in your hands, like you would work your calves or your back or whatever, God, it is such a great feeling. I had a friend do that for me, like, ages ago, and I was like, wait, hand massages are a thing? Manifesting for Gordon Ramsay dupe. Yep. We're on cycle 21, so it should pop at the end of the day, I believe. Come on, Gordon. I mean, I guess we could go a little faster. Temperature. All right, there's the new printables. All right, ranching, digging, iron gut, kitchen menace. kind of the exact opposite of what we need. Medicine, science, excavation, iron gut, uncultured, kitchen menace. Thank you, Randy. Thank you. It's okay. It's okay. We probably have 56 tons of dirt. Dirt or briar seed. Let's just go dirt. This is the life sitting on my porch swing while my kids are swinging. Aw, that's awesome. So Suds, we're doing a non-challenge playthrough. Welcome to the cozy playthrough, where we're gonna enjoy ourselves and not stress out and put ourselves on timers. We're gonna build a nice colony, get to space, finally get some goddamn space materials. But I'm glad you're having fun chilling. Whee! Yeah, okay, we're gonna have to make more power happen. I don't mind that we're getting like minor blackouts here because our air is staying good, but we're gonna, if we want to get that grill going. So I think on Thursday, our big plans are going to be to hack out a temporary industrial area with some coal generators and our refinement stuff. And then, do I have research going or did I fuck? No, I have that going. Right. Good. Which means we can do that. Let's go in here, set this to sweep only, go to all, but then there's a few things I don't want in here. Do I remember what they are? No, I don't want critter eggs in here. Dirt's fine. Filtration medium, fine. Metal ore. Okay. Organic. Let's ignore polluted dirt. Raw mineral, good. Seeds, yes, all that can go there. So that's sweep only. What I'd like to do is sweep there. Now that egg is probably domesticated, so we're gonna leave it in there. Let's make sure these guys aren't cramped. Groomed, happy, tame. Now, I haven't messed around with the buildings that make max morale. Yes, it is a max morale playthrough. We're gonna do private bedrooms. We're gonna give them showers. We're gonna make sure their bathrooms are nice. There's gonna be statues everywhere. We're gonna have them on the primo food. Like, we're gonna do the whole shebang, and then some. But I've got, let me double check. How many hours do I have in this game so far? I have 1,384 hours in this game, and I have never gotten space materials. Do you know how much I would love to get some super coolant? Like, super coolant, niobium, thermium, viscogel. The whole shebang. I gotta stop saying that. I want to get all the goods. All right, these are gonna be on a 7. I forgot about that. These need to be high priority. We are trying to see if the money went back to her card. Okay, cool. I've done refunds before. Squiddy bought me a game that I wasn't into, so we played it for a little while, set it up like that, refunded it. I bought a game for Barb that her system couldn't run, so she did that whole process. So it should go back. I think it might take a couple of days to go back to the card. I didn't want to let it go and forget about it, and then have a game that I wasn't going to pay that she spent a bunch of money on. Like, I mean, it's not like a $50, $60, $70 game, but 25, 30 bucks, whatever it was, is still nothing to sneeze at. We're all struggling, so I wanted to do the responsible thing and, you know, make sure I wasn't keeping a gift I wasn't going to play with. And I really hope you don't take any offense, Laz or Killer. Like, I mean it to be like respectful, not like whatever. I don't know. I get flustered with stuff. All the kit and caboodle if you want. Ooh, kit and caboodle. All right, that'll go in the list of things we say now. The whole kit and caboodle. Jazz hands. Excellent. All that jazz. All right, we're getting some goodies in here. I want to sweep in here as well, but yeah, we'll do that. We'll do that at another point. I very well might put them into Atmo suits right out of their bedrooms, but I'm not 100% sure. We'll see how all this goes. If we're not doing a lot of people, we could afford to kind of do a main suit dock. No offense. Okay, thank you. I was hoping you would like it because I would have wanted to play with you and none taken. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I was optimistic that I would like it as well for the same reason. It would be great to have a game that we could all play together like that. It's just, it just doesn't quite hit the mark. It's got a lot of elements of games I like, but kind of doesn't. I don't know how to explain. You know, sometimes you just don't feel it. You can't tell why. But yeah, maybe we get something else going. I don't know. Maybe we should try and get like. So we were doing Friday night game nights where when I got into Ani, we were like, let's play a seed on Ani where we all play at the same time on Friday night. And maybe that's like, and that didn't quite work out. We didn't have quite as many Ani people, plus like the time was odd for everybody. But maybe we should try and set up a game night again. Maybe Friday, or maybe even do it on the weekend. You know, not like a stream thing necessarily, but like maybe we could have like a community satisfactory world, or like, God, I don't even know. Something that we all like playing, you know, something that we could all multiplayer together. Obviously, if we'd all been into Foundry, that would have been a good choice, but I don't know. Then it comes into the whole idea of like the server. Like we have the Minecraft SMP, right? And oh, that reminds me. I'm gonna move this post-it to right in front of me. I don't need this one. Yeah, I know this one by heart, so I don't need that one. I gotta send Squiddy some cash for the server. He's been footing the bill for the server for the last few months on his own, and I gotta get him some cash. We need that dug out. Actually, priority 7, this stuff. Now, eyeballing that, what do we got in here? Actually, yeah, let's cancel that till we get that stuff done. We have 50 tiles. And we have 50 minus 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So 41 tiles. All right, we have enough space to get this water in here. I think I can start putting in my garden soon. Ooh, what kind of garden are you going to be doing? It's hard finding a single game that 5 different folks want to play and can, because please stop making the limit for it. Yeah. It is a difficult thing. I mean, we have the Minecraft SMP. If anybody plays Minecraft and want to join us, Nightbot just posted up the Discord and the YouTube. If you go on the if you play Minecraft and you want to play You just go on to our Discord, thumbs up the rules, add your name to the whitelist, and then one of us will add you to the server, and you can come and play. Killer's on there, I'm on there, Barb, Squiddy, everybody. Vegetable garden. I mean, I kind of assumed, but carrots, cabbage, ugly fruit. Okay, I'm gonna have to make some temporary changes to priorities here. Let's uptick your digging and yeah, digging and building get upticked on Ren because he's doing both digging and building, and I want him to prioritize based on what I tell him. So we'll even out the digging and building now. We need him to do both. So after he builds that sink, he should dig this stuff out. Excellent, good job. Okay. Hi! I was talking about how all of us are on the Minecraft server. Our calories are not doing too bad. We've got 3 days of calories. We got hatches doing their thing. I really need a cook. I would love if we can get a cook before the end of stream today. Are you recovered from your marathon? The tree. Yes, yes. What Barb is talking about, the tree. On the server, at spawn, I hate to say the word I built a castle, because everybody helped out, but we built a castle. I basically just started building, and everybody was like, how can I help? And they brought resources, helped me dig, all that stuff. The castle looks amazing. Came out way better than I would have anticipated. Also took a lot longer, because I kept coming up with stuff to do with it. And then in front of the castle, there was this nice space, and Barb and I spent a lot of time kind of manicuring the area, putting retaining walls, doing a bunch of terraforming. We had a co-stream with Squiddy where we built a tower. There were a few other things that happened. I can be the architect? Cool, yeah. My carrots came back from last year. Tomato, cucumber, summer squash, bell peppers, chives, peas, beans, green beans. Nice. A lot of that stuff sounds good. I like to get that in me. Yeah, I think I got to cook legit food tonight, guys. I'm gonna cook a whole batch of tacos. I'll post pictures later. I've posted pictures before, but I like to post pictures whenever I do stuff. All right, you, sir. So this is going to be kind of our wild meat ranch for now. They can't move off of this tile, so anything that we can get, like any ground-based animals that we don't have in a ranch are going to get dropped here. My one regret at the moment is that I put 5 wild hatches in here and made them tame. What we should have done is put the youngest hatch in here, tamed it, and then dropped all the rest of them here so that they could cycle wild status. Bring you some? Oh, of course. God, I wish I was at the point in my life where I could just be like, fuck it. All the core friends and family, you know, send me your names, not for heinous purposes, but like let me buy you guys all plane tickets and come out here and put you guys in hotels and we could all hang out and go see sights and, you know, just enjoy each other's company. This should be interesting. This is our first gravity drop of the game. Yeah, I would love it if we could all hang out. That looked almost like water fell into... Okay. Yes, please. So what we're going to do now is go into food. We're going to snag the hydroponics. Put them there. Dig out this. Dig out this. Plumbing is going to go like that. We'll start pumping water. That should be plenty of water to prime the system. Now actually, we can move this down here. We don't need this one up here now. Deconstruct. And I kind of feel like... Oh, we're almost at our droppers. Excellent. So now we can research task. What do we need next? I think this is where we've got to go into batteries and different power, right? Because we're going to do industrial stuff next. So we need to go into batteries. Yeah. Jumbo batteries, coal, smart batteries, then into this first tier of power, and then we got to get our automation wire. You know what, let's just knock out the automation wire, because it's a quick one. Alright, carbon skimmer's already doing work. It's going to make things a lot easier for us. Is one of the dupes sick, or is it stinky? They might be sick. I don't know. I never worry about stuff like that. We'll sort that out in time. Look at that. So what we should do is also get a... one of these jams down here. Actually, we won't worry about that right now. Bristle blossom, plant. Plants. Liflusi. God, I'm so sorry. I'm butchering your name. Lef or Loshi. Losi. Lef, how you doing today? Sorry, tell me what to call you by, because I know you're not a first-time chatter, but so you probably know my memory is absolute dog shit when it comes to how to pronounce things. But welcome on in. How you doing? Left is good? Okay, fantastic. Construction errands. Let's go with a 6. I want the toilets up and running. Can I copy the settings here and paste them here? I can. Excellent. Wonderful. Yeah, so like I said, next big thing we need is a cook. We need someone that can go straight into grilling. We've now got filtration. We're about to have full-on bathrooms up. And then on Thursday, I think our big goal is to be getting all of that power stuff sorted. Now that we've got our carbon skimmer going, we could move on to some other projects. What do we need to get done becomes the question. Manifesting for the worst cook to ever exist. Right? We're like, we need a cook, and then we had 2 kitchen menaces come along. Let's mop that stuff up at one point or another. And we're almost at the point where we can destroy our latrine over here in favor of our washroom. +2 morale versus +1. Yeah, okay. God, I love this game. So the way we got this priority working, for anybody who's curious why I do this the way I do it, the clean water comes out of here. It prioritizes the bridge, and then this bridge prioritizes the toilets. If the toilets pipe over here is full, the clean water will go down here and go to the carbon skimmer. And if that line is all the way backed up, it'll overflow over here and go into the bristle blossoms, which I just realized we actually need a little bit more infrastructure for. We need to get a lamp. So we're going to go like this. I believe it's in furniture, ceiling lamp, and we're going to just slap one of those bad boys in right there. So as long as we keep temperature and illumination, that should overflow our stuff quite nicely. Temperature is going to be the dodgy one once we get further along here, but we've been able to maintain a core temperature that's pretty good. We've got a nice area going. Did we get super duper hard digging on our guy? Okay, improved carry. Yeah, you've been temporarily assigned to dogs bodying. Applied science, yes, okay. And green thumbs. Ren is not quite into super duper hard digging. I'd like to start uncovering what all of these neutronium deposits are. So we're going to queue that up. We had it queued up before, but, you know, we had to shift priorities a little bit. Let's do that. Let's also start, like I was doing, getting at all the cracks. That's right. We were definitely digging for the cracks. Oh, don't do that. Yeah, because I had told them to stop doing those kinds of digging. I don't want to mess around too hard with our nature reserve here while my brain is tired, but okay, what we can do is now we can crack into this spot over here. Get access to the food that's in here. Let's prioritize that. Okay. So what I'd like to get done on Thursday, because we got like about 45 minutes left today. What I'd like to do on Thursday is start getting in our power and refinement up here and get our Draco ranches established somewhere or another. I'm not sure how I want to do this. I really need to figure out what this is and what this is and what this guy over here is. This one I don't want to crack into just yet because it's going to let out a bunch of chlorine and hydrogen. The chlorine will sit in here nicely, but the hydrogen is going to float up. So until we can figure out how we want to do that, we'll do that. So we see our steam vent, we see our chlorine vent, and we know our oil is going to be down on the bottom. I'm not sure if the leaky oil fissures can spawn up top or if they're always going to spawn lower down. They might be able to spawn anywhere, in which case, if it's above us, that's a whole thing in and of itself. I'd like it if the leaky oil fissure was somewhere down in the oil area, because since the leaky oil fissure comes out at a hot temperature, we can actually put that inside of our theoretical... we could put that in with our Slickster Ranch. Basically, like, above the leaky oil reservoir, we put our mesh tiles, and on top of the mesh tiles, that's where we put our ranches. And then all of the stuff just drips down into there with the leaky... My leaky oil fissure spawn inside the sandstone biome pretty high. Okay, okay. Yeah, so basically, before I can make any final decisions, we have to figure out what this is, and we have to figure out what this is, which we're almost to super-duper hard digging on our guy. We basically picked someone who was a builder and put them into digging first, because there's going to be a lot more building than digging on this map, given the size of it. We could have everybody kind of have a side in digging, but once we've done all the digging, having a badass digger is not... I mean, I say that, but we've got multiple planets to build out. Maybe we should hire a full-time digger. It's just, I just have this feeling like on the spaced out asteroids, having a person who's dedicated to digging is just kind of a waste. Even though you go to other planets and you need to dig those out, like, it's just like, by the time we're going to another planet, it's likely that whoever we had digging... It's the passions, though, right? All right, we'll think about that. We're very far away from thinking about our colonization. You have... Nice, you got a vacillator. Yep. The automation puzzle in the vacillator. The puzzle with the automation is, do you know how to deconstruct things? Okay. All right. Ren is just a handful of skill points. 788 skill away from their next level. All right, let's take a pause right here. Now, we don't have a mechatronics engineer anywhere even remotely just yet, so the shipping is not really essential. Just one of these auto droppers. We are going into the automation wire. Then we're going to get into power. We need the automation wire for power anyway. Might as well knock it out. There's a lot of stuff we got to get into. We're going to have to also start thinking about a oxygen generator, but we do have 3.8 tons of algae, so it's not an essential thing. Let me look through our list here and see what we got to build. Got our ranching going. Got our refrigerators in place. Did I connect the... Let me connect the refrigerators. We're not going to put in showers right away. We'll wait for the, like, long-term bathrooms when that happens. We don't need to do anything with gases just yet. We're going to put in our... We might slap in our rock crusher and kiln today. We're kind of doing all the things we need to do. Best thing I could think of to do is kind of dig out some more stuff. But at the same time, like, we don't want to over dig. Starts getting toastier down here. We could theoretically dig down there. We've got water here, but our tank is... This is a nice tank. I guess we could put in one more of the... How much water is up here? Could we... So that's like 20% of those tiles, and then we've got a full nother tile. You know what I think we're gonna do? We're gonna put in a pitcher pump here, and then we're gonna dig up and let this water flow down into here, so that this water is out of our way as well. That'll let us expose our teleporter input. Is this the... Yeah, okay, so this is what we're going to load to send stuff over to our second planet. We haven't even found... I'm nervous because we haven't found our teleporters yet. We've explored all the way over this way, and we're pretty close to the edge this way as well. Our teleporters are... It's looking like our teleporters are going to be somewhere down in the oil biome. Yeah. Yeah, I need to figure out what these geysers are. We can do a little math, right? Like, if we look over at our star map, we see the chlorine, we see the cool steam. We know the oil reservoirs are down there. So then we've got carbon dioxide, volcano, and leaky oil fissure. So if we uncover 2 of them, we'll know what the third one is, and we can plan accordingly. So one's here, and the other one is there. So if this is our volcano, then our petroleum boiler goes over here. And that goes for all of this stuff. It would really hurt if this was the leaky oil fissure. Because I think it comes out like super hot, right? So even putting a steel pump in there becomes difficult. If the leaky oil fissure is here, we might not end up using it on this playthrough. I'm not 100% sure. Like I said, most of this is probably going to end up being temporary, and we're going to pick a side depending on where each of the things are, and kind of like shift and start building our rooms out to one side or the other. With this pocket of magma here, I'm leaning towards the idea of building them on the left side, but again, it's all going to be dependent on what this is, what these are. The reason I'm thinking the left is we've got 2 or 3 layers. Like, this lines up perfectly with this. So in theory... No, because we need a little bit of tank. So we could theoretically have 2 floors of bedrooms right here, right? And that should probably be enough bedrooms for what we need. All right, fingers crossed. Knock on wood. Sacrifice a goat. Not really, don't do that. Cook. Cook. Well, there's a Nisbet. Building impaired. This is where I want to tell Randy to eat a dick. Construction, piloting, iron gut, plant murderer. I guess we'll take the fertilizer. No good choices on that one. Not even in the care packages. I have to go to my heckin' regolith planet to vacillate dupes. Really? That sucks. I'm glad we have a home vacillator. I'd like to make this map... I'd like to make the whole map the base. What I learned from Sudsy is it's pretty cool... Oh, we can deconstruct all of this. Right? Yeah, our toilets are up and running. No reason to have the latrine anymore. So one thing I stole from Suds when she started coming in and talking was having the dupes get into Atmos suits as soon as they get out of the bedroom. Like, wake up, get into an Atmos suit, go do everything else. And I think that works really well. But I also kind of feel like these maps with Spaced Out are small enough that you can literally make the entire base the entire map the base, and then kind of have suits to go into the areas you want to go into. I don't know. I kind of haven't quite decided. Once we figure out what these geysers are and where we're going to be putting other stuff, that's when I'll make that determination. Why are you not going? It's a power issue, isn't it? Alright, this is where we need somebody to second in operating. Steve. Yeah, cleaning and tidying first. And then operating, so you'll get on the machine. Yes. We need this. We need power for that. Right. I mean, with 4 dupes using the bathroom, it shouldn't back up all the way before someone gets on the wheel and runs power. We've got 2 people sleeping, 1 relaxing, and 1 eating. So they're cycling the shift right now. I believe Gosman is on first shift. No, Gosman is on 3rd shift. Okay, so Green Thumbs is going to wake up before Gosman. No, Gosman's going to wake up before Green Thumbs, and Steve is going to wake up before Gosman. So we're getting there. I do wish RimWorld had this indicator, you know, that you could see what time of day it was like this. Looking down at like what hour it is on the bottom right is a little cumbersome. There's things I wish that we had in Ani that we have in RimWorld, and there's things we have in RimWorld that I wish we had in Ani. We've got more power going than we need to. You know what? This guy... we don't need him right now. That shouldn't be drawing power. The refrigerators should be in power saver mode. We don't need power to these things at the moment. I know if they're not being used, they're not... Yeah, we're going to have to get on top of power here, but that's what we're researching right now, right? No, we're researching the automation so that when we get to power, we can actually hook it up correctly. Okay. So Steve's going to be doing a lot of running. Research complete. Excellent, which means now we go into the power options. Boom. Good stuff. Oh, yeah, the containers all being label able in Planet Crafter has me spoiled. Oh, yeah. Okay. On a level 4, I'm going to set sweeps on a level 4 over here in a few places. Basically, our main area... I like to have level 4 sweeps queued up at all times, because if my dupes stop having things to do, they can go and handle that. You know what I mean? Oh, right. We were going to dig up to this. So... oh, we can't dig through Abyssalite yet. That's a problem. Wait, we can dig through Abyss. Oh, we can! Okay, cool. Oh, right, they can't reach that because we haven't put in one of these. Okay, Nether is officially getting distracted. I already got distracted. Imagine that. Imagine Nether getting distracted. Never. Now, I know compared to some people I'm a slow player, but I feel really good about this. 25 to 30 cycles per stream is kind of like what I like to do early on. Later on, when we get really well established and the base is like sustainable, like the cooling, the food, everything like that, is sustainable, we'll start going faster then. With this thing pumping out heat over here and, you know, the fact that our base is starting to heat up from the actions we're doing in it, I'd like to stay going as slow as possible just so we can... that as well. Probably need to do this. I don't even know what I was just saying. No idea at all. Oh, we'll go a little faster once the base is at a sustainable level. You know, when we're at the point where we can pretty much just take our hands off, kind of like the challenge, which we did in almost... If I had not forgotten certain things, I probably could have been done with the hands-off challenge by cycle 75 or 80. At 75, I was like, I think we're done. And then there were a few things that I was like, oh shit, I didn't think about this. Oh shit, I didn't think about this. So there were a few things I had to kind of keep up on. But you know what I am bummed about on this, though, is we don't have a natural gas geyser on this planet. Which means if we want to go into... If we want to get our money's worth out of the playthrough, we're going to have to make a sour gas boiler on this planet. Right? Because there's no way to really get natural gas out of what we have on this planet without making a sour gas boiler. Actually, no, because we could do... We'll get natural gas out of the oil stuff, right? Maybe, yeah, that might be enough natural gas for us to actually run... What are they called? The gas range? Because theoretically, I'd like to get... Frostburgers is like... Would be the ultimate, right? Oh, there we go. We're going to uncover these things. Frostburgers would be like, you know, the dream, right? Surf and turf would be a little bit easier to achieve, but I don't think we should have a problem getting to some really high quality food as long as we keep our population down. One of my hardest things with that long-term playthrough that we did a while back, which was all the way back before they changed Paku, was that with that many dupes, yeah, theoretically we had enough Slickster ranches going to feed 50 dupes, maybe. There was some stuff I didn't quite do right on that playthrough, but, you know, can't be perfect, right? I'm sure there's plenty of stuff. Like already in this playthrough, I'm like, man, I wish I hadn't put 5 of the hatches in there. We only really needed 1 in there. Hindsight is 20/20, 100%. Unlike my current eye. My eyes were so good up until like a couple of years ago, and then just bam, freaking nearsighted. And I was just like, ah, I guess that's what's up with getting old. Look how calm he is, just holding his breath, digging. Just, yeah, it's no big deal. I'm standing underwater. God, do you know how much I would love to get legit insulation? Can't relate. Grade 5 finally found out that other folks can see more than arms reach past them. Yeah, I'm sorry. That Linus is the same way. His name is the Blind Linus. Well, Blind Linus, because, you know, misspell the on purpose type of thing. Linus can't really... He was a jeweler most of his life, so everything that's right here, he's fucking badass with. But as soon as it gets, like, arm's length away, he freaking can't see without his glasses. My eyesight was perfect up until a few years ago. This is my legitimate first pair of prescription glasses. I was wearing the blue light filter glasses for a while. They were helping a bit. My eyes used to really hurt while looking at screens. The blue light filter ones help, but the prescription ones are way better. The problem with this is if I lean in like this, it makes the game look worse. If I sit kind of like right here, I don't actually need them. But if I look up at my monitor up here, it's blurry without the glasses. If I lean back like this, everything is blurry without the glasses. So it's like I got to kind of keep my head like here or further back. Otherwise, I'm doing more harm with the glasses than good. I managed to find I can use 30-day wear contacts, but it basically flips my vision, so too close is blurry. Ah, okay. I don't think I could ever do contacts. That is not something that that appeals to me. Did I fuck this math up? I am nervous right now. Some of this, I feel like some of this water is going to overflow. Yeah, real quick. First emergency of the playthrough. We need to get one more tile of airflow there. Come on. Steve, come on, buddy. Quick. Please do it before it starts spilling. I don't want to deal with the spill. 25 kilos. You gotta do it before 25 kilos gets to this tile. 20 kilo countdown. Come on. Come on, green thumbs. I believe in you. Yeah, you're there. You got this. Fuck yeah. Alright. I mean, it wouldn't be the end of the world, but water is still kind of like little trickle in there. It's like, it might not even overflow. Like, it's stopped at 987 kilos, right? And there's like grams here and grams here. So, did we absolutely need that to happen? No. But it was nice to, it's nice to be safe about it. Probably didn't need the emergency. God, could you guys imagine a no emergency playthrough? Like, you're not allowed to do emergency building. Alright, let's uncover these. Find out what we're working with so we can plan accordingly for next time. Tomorrow we'll be back on our Anomaly RimWorld playthrough, the really difficult one. So tomorrow is going to be a much more stressful day, but probably quite rewarding. We're getting to the point in that playthrough where it's conceivable that we might be able to actually overcome the obstacles. I've been watching Francis do his playthrough of Anomaly, so I've seen some stuff that I haven't seen in my playthrough on Francis's playthrough, but I've also seen stuff on my playthrough that Francis hasn't seen. If I said that the same way, I'm, strike that, reverse it the second time. Yeah, I think that dupe is sick. I don't know what they're sick from, though. The disposable contacts help so I don't have to worry about putting them back in after taking them out. Yeah. I can't fathom actually touching my eyeball. That just sounds terrible to me. One day I'm going to come up with a better system for routing these pipes. Thinking about maybe shortening these pipes by 1, running the dirty this way, and then overlapping this up to the top, and then running the clean out that way. I'm going to figure out a way to do that cleaner. I might even go into, like, a creative world. If I do it right, I don't touch my eyeball at all, but getting a contact in my left eye is rough. Yeah, I bet. Yeah, none of that situation seems very appealing to me. Volcano, over here. So, petroleum boiler is going to be in this area. Which looks pretty good, because I don't see any other neutronium. So, volcano, magma tank, petroleum boiler. That's going to be cool. Alright. What is this becomes the question. So that means this is either the leaky oil fissure or the carbon dioxide vent. I'm kind of hoping for it to be the carbon dioxide vent, because I will just brick this whole friggin' thing in for now. No, it doesn't destroy stuff on the ground. It just heats all that stuff up, so it's blazing hot. In order to work with the magma, you have to work in a vacuum to do it properly. Leaky oil fissure. We don't have to do that. Okay. Like, kind of the opposite of how I wanted the configuration. I don't mind that the volcano is up here, but I would have preferred the leaky oil fissure be down here. If the leaky oil fissure was down here, we could kind of build our industrial area into this side right here. Just like make this our, like, industrial brick. And then use that in there to help heat the steam, and then put steam turbines across here. Would have had to reconfigure this a little bit. In fact, how much tile space do we have here to here? We might could have fit that in there in theory. Yeah, we probably could. That's just too bad. So this is going to be our cold carbon dioxide. So we might be building our industrial area up here. I mean, we're planning on putting a temporary industrial area here. We might just have to plan that accordingly next week so that we can evolve it into a permanent industrial area. Okay. So what I'm thinking, so let's talk a little bit about planning with the game paused for a second here, because we're coming close to the end. So let's get our thoughts all sorted. So the leaky oil fissures up here. That comes out at what? 326 degrees. It comes out very little at a time, so shouldn't be too much of a big deal. But that's going to drip down. This is, like, I think it's a too tall one. In fact, we can check that. It's a little cheesy, but... yeah, so we can't build in those spaces, right? I like to use every part of the map. That's one of my things when I do casual playthroughs like this. My casual playthrough is, let's make use of every geyser and everything. That's kind of my jam. The cold CO2 ones have been a challenge, so that'll be an interesting challenge to get to. So let's say this is here. I mean, it is here. What we could do is give a couple of spaces and then put steam turbines along here. Now, I think the goal is going to be, let's say 2 spaces there, then insulation, then up to about here. And we need at least 25 tiles. 27. 25 gets us 5 steam turbines. 27 gets us that plus a reservoir for our cooling loop. That puts us real close to the surface. So will the glowy guy need to be moved? Glowy guy. Oh, this guy? This little guy right here? I hate shine bugs. Hate them. They're just such a pain in the ass to manage. You can make a radiation farm with shine bugs. So we might use it because we don't have Wheezewort on this map, but we also have a radioactive crust. So realistically, all the technology we need to research that's like early radiation research, we could do theoretically with manual rad bolt generators if we dig out enough of the uranium. We might use the shine bugs to make a shine bug reactor. But yeah, he'll need to be moved to either the he'll need to be moved either to the egg cracker or to a location to set up farming them. The thing is, you need phosphorite, whatever it is, phosphorite, I think it is, to ranch them, which we won't have a lot of up until we start ranching the Drecos. Well, I mean, there is. There's phosphorite here, here. Okay, so there's a good amount of phosphorite on the map, so we might ranch them for radiation, but all in all, they're just... Do you need more hatches? There is a thing about oxygen generation. Hatches, oxygen generation. Hatches eat stone, right? So, in theory, we're going to, in general, wind up with a lot more igneous rock once we get down lower and once we start up our volcano system, because our volcano is going to spit out magma, which is going to turn into igneous rock, which is going to get mined and dropped, which will corner grab to put through a chill chamber. So there'll be some power generation over here as well. TGIB, thank God it's bedtime. Oh, yeah. Well, thank you for hanging out today, Suds. It was great to see you. Glad you're having a relaxing day and you're going to get your garden going soon. And, yeah. You get yourself some good rest. Okay, so our main industrial area would make sense up here. Now, okay, so here's the problem with that. We're going to pause and talk for the most of the rest of the stream because I don't have any real good work queued up and I don't want to waste temperature. Got to get these kids to bed so I can do my own thing for an hour. Oh, the kids' bedtime. Right. So, here's my thought process, right? Leaky oil fissure. Coming out at 326, which is going to overheat even a steel pump. So, putting a box up here to catch the oil and then pump it somewhere else, that's not gonna fly. But if that's inside of a steam chamber with some of our other stuff, that could heat the steam and transfer temperature so that it's cool enough to pump. How do we... So here's the thing. If our petroleum boiler goes down here, right, it would almost make sense to have our steam room down here, because then we could take whatever igneous rock forms, corner grab it, move it into the steam chamber, bleed off the heat, send it to a cooling tank, and then bam, we've got igneous rock to play with, and we're using our excess for helping with power. And then we wouldn't have to pump our petroleum anywhere if we had this be our industrial area. At that point, we could set up like a heat capture system basically up here so that we can recycle the heat from this and cool off that stuff and automate it so that it doesn't overheat the pump. And then use like a single steam turbine to eat the heat, dump to the main grid. That does mean we'd have to get the main grid from there and there. These are the things we got to consider. I'm just talking out loud. What can we do right now? What can we have our dupes do while we're thinking out loud? Not much. We really need Really need to cook. The other thing to consider is this magma channel. Thank you for lurking, Killer. So we've got the magma channel over here. It's not big, though. So I would say let's use this to bleed the heat out. Is this a magma channel down here? I think there's another magma channel down here. It might make sense to kind of... See, this thing is in the way. We're going to wind up with a lot of interesting, like, heat bleed systems. It's getting toasty over here. We're going into power. Should we be going into insulated tile? Yeah, let's switch that over to insulated tile. That way our builders can kind of wall out some of this heat on this side so it doesn't hit us as hard. Yeah, there's going to be a lot to consider. Okay. Let's try and do a little bit more in these last couple of minutes, right? Right? No? Yes? No? Yes? I'm going to bring this back online. So we've got help running now. Chlorine vent. I'm not sure what I want to do with the chlorine vent. Make the airflow a little bit easier to that guy over there. Now, part of my brain is like, Nether, just start ripping everything out, like dig everything out. But the thing is, once you dig something, you only get half of the mass in the debris. So whatever chill you have saved up, you know, all our green and blue, if we dig it, then it's half the mass and we don't have as much chill. So this air and this area will heat up a lot quicker if we dig all this out. So I switched over to insulation. What we'll do is we'll insulate kind of straight up here. And that'll wall out heat over here a little bit. We'll have to get in here to tame this, but for now we've got plenty of standing water. From this, we could pump this up here if we need to. We could move this, you know, get that stuff over there. The steam vent should more than likely accommodate at least an 8 dupe electrolyzer setup. If it's real low on output, then we might need to rely on additional water creation methods like burning off petroleum for more water to get up to the 16 dupes that we'd like to get to. We definitely don't want to be going a high number of dupes on this planet as far as water is concerned. Although our second planet, being that it's radioactive, what's up with the sick dupe, do you think? I don't think anybody's sick. We've got zero on the germ front. They might have been sick, but they don't seem to be sick now. He got better, yeah. It might have been because, you know, latrines are not the easiest to keep clean. I'm not sure. I'm not entirely sure. What might have happened is they might have picked up polluted dirt when I swept stuff, and then moved the polluted dirt down here and gone to eat and gotten food poisoning. I'd almost be willing to put money on that. Could always watch the footage back, but not super important either way. Okay. Oh, Nether's getting sleepy. Yeah, we gotta sort some power issues. We either gotta bring on more dupes to run, or we gotta get some other power source. We're probably gonna get coal going. Like I said, I think it'd be a good move to move it up here. All this stuff I've been speculating about, it is just speculation. We're going to pivot and move as we go through the playthrough. The volcano being over here kind of makes me lean towards putting our industrial area here so that we don't have to pump the petroleum across the map, because that becomes a huge pain in the ass. So if we put a petroleum boiler here, we can kind of grab whatever oil reservoirs we have down here in these areas and pump that up to the boiler up here, and then kind of just pump that straight into an industrial area. Now, if we've got 3 oil reservoirs, which is highly likely, whenever I play on a map with an oil biome, I've never seen one that has less than 3. They always have at least 3. Usually I wind up finding 4 or 5. You know, knock on wood, whatever, whatever. If it's only 2, then we'll adjust our boiler to only need to, you know, to function with 2 of them. That might require some actual, like, knowledge of heat exchange. So yeah, let's say the volcano was here and this was the leaky oil fissure. We could have made the petroleum boiler take up space like that and then put an industrial area like right in here. We would have to deal with this thing, but fuck, this thing could sit inside the industrial area for all I care. I mean, it's pumping stuff out of it, so whatever we'd be bringing in from the other place, oh no, we'd be pushing stuff out here. So yeah, anything we'd be pumping in here, it wouldn't be a big deal, or we could build around it, whatever. So, and it's not likely we're going to be pushing much over to the second planet. Usually the second planet is kind of my mining outpost. I go over there, rip the whole place apart, build whatever we need to as far as power, run it with a skeleton team of like 3 dupes or so, 3 to 5 dupes max on the second planet, and basically turn that into a mining outpost where everything over there we harvest, whether it's water or salt or whatever, and then ship all that stuff back to our primary base over here for processing. And that's generally how I like to play, but we'll see what happens. I don't even like to put food on the other planet. What I like to do is have one food that everybody's on over here and have another food that gets shipped over to an icebox on the other planet automatically, so that we're doing all the cooking on this planet as well. Okay. I'm gonna say that's good for today. We're just about at the 6-hour mark. Let's see who's online. We'll raid out and say hi to somebody. Maybe we can make a new friend today. We'll see we'll see. Mrs. Steffi is playing Foundry. So is Deaf Gamer Girl. A lot of people are playing Foundry. I wish I was interested in it because so many people are about it. Let's look for oxygen not included though. Let's drop you guys off with somebody who's doing the same game, since that's what we've been doing all day. Anybody? Oh, we're the top stream in the category. Ooh, well-bred grapefruit. They look like they're having fun. Let's go make some new friends. Thank you for coming, Aya. Thank you all for being here. Let's go Control-C/raid. Control-V. We're going to go raid over to a new friend, hopefully. This is well-bred grapefruit. Looks like he's got a pretty hot base running, got some solar energy in. It says Day 20, Part 2. Redemption Arc, I hope. So this might be fun. Thank you all for hanging out today. I'll be back tomorrow. We'll be doing some RimWorld. Then we'll be back on this playthrough for Ani on Thursday. RimWorld Friday, Mist Saturday, and next week we'll see where next week falls. You've all been amazing. Take care of yourselves. Be well. Be safe. All that good stuff. And hit me up in Discord if you see me and you want to hang. Take care, everyone.
If you're playing with spaced out enabled, there's not just an asteroid right here, several different asteroids. So when I started here, I made the choice to start on